Yo yo, hey, how y'all doing? This is Sejihito, 11:30 a.m. Sunday, November 19th. Happy early Thanksgiving to those out there who celebrated, who's going to be out there with family, spending time, good eats, just in case y'all don't happen to hear from. Y'all gonna be out, y'all gonna be busy, y'all gonna be spending time with family, having the good food. Much love and appreciation to both David and Zaire directly in the building in the comment section. They were here before I actually started, going live. Much love, respect, and appreciation. So I got a few videos that I want to go over, directly with you guys. I got about, let me see, we got about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We got about 7 videos, right? But one of the main videos is going to be this one here. And it's going to be, you can clearly see what the title is. This is taken directly from CBS Colorado's YouTube page. And it states that parents demand action after a racist video circulated around a middle school. Now, before I get started, I just want to state, the obvious things that I know that most Black people are going to sit up there and state. And one of which is, why are you in Colorado? Why would you decide to put your kids in a Colorado school or high school, middle school, pre-K, whatever it is? Why would you decide to be in a community where you know that it's not going to be a lot of you? And the list basically goes on. And there's going to be, like I said, I've said these exact same things as well, because these types of things don't happen when you have a school or a school system that is multicultural. This doesn't happen in a school system where your kids look just like everybody else that is there. Never at a point in time going to a Detroit school have I ever faced or went through any type of racism at all. Anytime that I've gone through a multicultural school, at no point in time have I ever gone through any type of racism at all. The only time that you will, as a Black kid, happen to face or go through some type of racism, doesn't matter if it's minute, doesn't matter if it's middle, doesn't matter if it's large, whatever it is that you want to measure it up to be, you are going to end up finding that and having to deal specifically with that. And the parents and the school system as well, they're not going to do anything to protect your kids. So at the end of the day, it is up to you as a parent to protect your kids and nobody else. But let's get directly into the clip right here.
The school district as parents at the school meet. Tori?
And Alan, parents still have a lot of questions for the Cherry Creek School District. Many parents are disgusted with the things said in this video. And now there are concerns about how the district handled the situation. We've blurred the face of the student because of his age, but the parent we spoke to says families deserve to know which of their kids' classmates would say things like this.
The bus to West Middle School filled with snickering as students stared at their phones. It wasn't a funny video, but rather a classmate spewing 26 seconds of hate.
Black are little card kickers who should not be alive right now. I hate their skin color. I hate how they talk. They just stink up the world.
The parent of a student on the bus says their family's been targeted for speaking up. They've asked we conceal their identity.
One of the students, laughing, sent the video to him. He looks at the video, and it's the racist manifesto.
The threat shook families of every color. In a statement to CBS Colorado, Cherry Creek School District writes, administration and law enforcement acted immediately to investigate the situation. Students found to be responsible faced significant discipline, and their parents were responsive to the severity of the situation. Due to the privacy rights of students, we cannot discuss specifics of discipline. The parent we spoke to says the student received suspension. They fear the punishment sends the wrong message.
These kids don't really understand the gravity. It's because he pretty much just got a 2-week vacation.
Many feel the school-wide notification lacks transparency. In a September email to families, the school wrote, "The language in the video is hate-filled, and we took swift action to address this unacceptable behavior."
Now, as I told you guys before, we can clearly see, so shout out to Ty, to Ms. Belton, to DC, to King Black, to Pink, to Gail, and cool. Shout out to y'all. Now, as I've went over and told you guys before, this is the exact same thing that every single school system pretty much does. They'll put out this little, thing, and they'll be like, hey, well, we're doing everything to sit up there and fix this issue. We're doing everything to basically, take corrective measures, because this is not a representation of us, our school system, or our staff, or the community that we are a part of, and we are against this, right? But nowhere in there are they specifically stating that anything really happened to that student. Realistically, that student should be expelled. That should be a mark directly on that student's file. And I hear a lot of people always state that, oh, kids are just kids. They don't know or understand, whatever it is that they just so happen to be doing. Normally, 9 times out of 10, it's white people that just so happen to say this. And whenever it is that they know that the kids that they're not really raising properly decide to go out online and do these types of things, and they want to say this about black kids and black students, and they want to put this out there on social media for clicks and likes, then they want to go back and sit up there and state that, oh, all kids, do stupid things. Weren't you ever a kid once? Haven't you ever done something that you're not really so proud of? You change over time. You're not the same person as the kid that you were before. How is it that these kids are supposed to know that racism is wrong when, people don't really, tell them anything different? Or, if they're out there using the N-word, how are they supposed to know that it's wrong? If black kids are sitting up there out there saying it, if the music is out there saying it, if everything is really so wrong and bad, then why doesn't everybody else stop using it? Why get on this kid for sitting up there having these feelings or saying the things that they're saying, when realistically they're just copying everything that it is and taking in everything that it is that they see out here? The school system is making excuses for this student and many other students. This is a Colorado school. This happened to a black student. They said the language in this video is hate-filled, and we took swift action to address this unacceptable behavior. That's it. That's it. Where the parents at? You might not be able to show the student's face. We got the student's face. You might not be able to show the student's face because of whatever bullshit reason, but magically, if Tyrone or Daryl committed a crime at this, student's age, you would have made sure to plaster his face. Right? You would showcase his face. Let Tyrone or Terrell sit up there and break into somebody's house. Oh, this 17-year-old grown man sat up there and broke into this elderly white man's house. You would have made sure to sit up there and show his picture. Oh, Tyrone just sat up there and committed Grand Theft Auto because he plays the game Grand Theft Auto. Here's his picture at 5. You would have made sure to put up his picture. But magically, whenever it's one of yours, you seemingly decide to miss the opportunity to shame them and to put their image directly out there. Why is that? Why is that every single time? But I forget. You don't want to do it because they're a reflection of you. You see yourself directly within these kids. And because you don't want to specifically try to dismantle and dissect and deep dive into your psyche and everything that it is that you've done, you don't want to do and put that same harsh reality on somebody who was reflective of you. So you want to hide their identity. You want to sweep this directly under the rug. You want to treat it as if this is just something that kids do and they just grow out of this phase. Racism is not a phase, folks. It's not a phase. This is something that is taught. This is something that is specifically within one person. This is something that is passed down through generations. Some extent, some people would say that it's passed down through the genes. And we're not talking about Levi's. We're talking about your DNA. Deoxynucleic acid. You already know what I'm talking about. I tried to sit up there and sound smart, but it failed. But you know what it is. Anyways, what I'm saying is racism is something that is there. It is present. This is being showcased time and time again. If you happen to go through videos over the years on TikTok, you'll see a lot of kids in middle school. You'll see a lot of kids in high school. You see them directly in college doing the exact same things. And then the school system saying the exact same things. But you know who's missing out of that whole thing? The parents. The parents. You know who else is missing in a lot of those videos? The community. These are the main two groups who indoctrinate and teach these kids how it is to think, how it is to move, how it is to breathe. Right? Now, let me just make this. Let me just say it because I guess I'm black, right? And it sounds better if I say it. It is okay for white people to be white. There is nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Just like it is okay for black people to be black, right? Everybody should feel some type of pride and love directly for themselves. But when it comes at the cost of you wanting to then turn around and to try to show you the pride that you have for yourself and your people, and you want to try to talk down about black people, you say that, oh, they smell, they stink up areas. You want to sit up there and use racial slurs online in order to seem cool, in order to flex, in order to seem like you're really that type of person when realistically you're not. Because I promise you, if this kid was actually pressed by other black students about his uses of that word, I'm pretty sure that he would fold like an origami paper. I'm pretty sure he would fold. He would fold automatically, several different ways. He wouldn't even try to fight. He wouldn't even try to bust a move at all. He would automatically just apologize, like, hey, I was sorry, I didn't mean what it is. I don't even know what I was saying. It was a dare. It would be it would be a throw up of excuses of how it is that he would try to get himself out of the situation, because he knows that he just fucked around and he's about to find out. But you know who doesn't fuck around and find out? The parents. You know who doesn't fuck around and find out? The school system. You know who else doesn't fuck around and find out? The community of which these kids stay in, breathe and eat in, and sheltered in. But yet people want to sit up there and say that, oh, the racism thing, it's just a small variable. It's not really present how people make it seem, even though we have a history of racism in the United States. But magically, people want to move over that, don't want to look at it. But, oh, that was in the past. That happened then. It's not indicative of now. But yet we still see the exact same actions of the past happening now. But yet people say that the past doesn't matter, that history doesn't matter. Leave the past in the past. Stop talking about slavery. Stop talking about racism. The white man is not this. The white man is not that. But yet, what do we sit up there and see white kids doing on social media every single day? We see them sitting up there copying the works of black people, black artists. We see them sitting up there dressing black, trying to talk black, and people want to like, oh, what do you mean, Seji, talking black? Nobody talks a specific way. Well, technically, if you are of an area, if you are of a community, you're going to have a certain type of lingo. So if you're in a black area, you have a black type of speech, a black type of language, a dialect, things, verbiage. So like I said, when people want to sit up there, oh, what is talking? You know what the fuck it is when people sit up there and say talk black, act black, dress black. You know what it is. Let's not sit up there and play games. Let's not sit up there and play stupid. I'm going to try and state that, a lot of people who happen to listen are pretty much versed and pretty intelligent. Nobody out here is pretty much stupid unless they want to be stupid. So again, we know what it is that when it is that people say that talk and act black. Now you have different versions of this where the police or many others who are racist want to sit up there and say these things in order to try to damn black people, or they want to try to brand black people in a negative type of way, right? Like I said, everybody has a culture. Everybody has a type of dialect, a type of speech. They have the things that they say amongst their own people that came directly from their own people, right? But again, when you go online and you go on TikTok, you see the dances that black kids and people created, copied. You see the clothing and fashion that black people created, copied. You see the lingo and the dialect that black people created, copied. You see the music, copied. You even got to the point where you got people injecting melanin directly into their skin, even though they're European. Again, copied. You got people going out here doing plastic surgery to sit up there and look just like black people. Again, copied. So it's funny to have people who say that they are proud of themselves and their culture and everything like that, but they're doing everything but expressing that. They're doing everything but acknowledging themselves and really fully accepting themselves, right? They're taking the culture and stripping the little good parts away to add it onto their culture to make them seem a lot better and healthier and more awesome and more look at me. But then when it's, of course, put directly on the people who are of that culture, they're doing rap. They're sitting up there doing poetry. They're sitting up there, dressing in, the type of clothing that they wear directly in their community. And they have the type of verbiage and they have the type of walk and everything like that is deemed as a negative. Again, like I said before, these are things that are specifically taught in these communities. There's no ifs, ands, there's no buts specifically about this. And for people to not want to acknowledge this and people wanting to sit up here and ignore this is nonsensical. It just makes me think that a lot of people just want to stay ignorant. A lot of people just want to stay where it is that they want to sit up there and stay. And again, it makes no sense. That's doing more harm than good. To not acknowledge the fact that these things take place and that they transpire on an everyday, on a weekly, on a monthly, on a yearly basis is ridiculous. 100%. It's irresponsible. And again, this is why America is at the, the part of, or the road that it is at this moment in time. This is why America can't happen to get straight, because America is not straight. America is doing everything else but walking in a straight line. America is everywhere else, focused on everybody else but focusing on themselves. And again, this is why we have terrible race relations when it deals with America. And this is why you have other people that are coming over from across the pond or from other continents, and they're coming over here to try to live the American dream, and they're finding out about racism. They fucked around and found out. And the funniest thing, and I'm just going to be honest, right here, it might sound a little bit insensitive, but I don't really give a fuck, because too many times I've heard a lot of people that come from other countries say that racism is a handicap. Black people just talk about racism. They don't really do anything, all this other type of stuff. And then they fuck around and find out to come here and they get called all types of racial slurs. But I'm like, obviously, those racial slurs must be in your mind. You must be projecting because you feel a certain type of way about coming from a country and then coming here. Because, again, a lot of these people like to say that racism doesn't exist, but yet when you're foreign, you find out that racism is very prevalent and it will be shown directly to you. And then this is when people want to sit up there and start putting on that mask. Oh, I'm black. I'm this, I'm that. When? Since when? Since when? Since when? Because we have these conversations online every single day. And a lot of people, when black people in America try to tell everybody else that they're black, everybody else is sitting up there at the rooftop looking at black people, looking down at them, saying no. Like they're Rorschach from The Watchmen. And I'm like, ain't that a bitch? I'm like, I thought we were all supposed to be in this together. I guess not. So like I said, much love and respect and appreciation to those out there in the diaspora who actually know. But also the people that are fucking around and finding out right now are a lot of other people still in the diaspora who do not want to understand or acknowledge the colonization and all of the things that are transpiring that stem from racism, right? Stem from a certain type of hatred, right? Stem from eugenics, where you're getting colonized over in Africa, where you got the United States going back over into certain black areas, such as Jamaica, such as Haiti, and everywhere else. Well, like I said before, everybody's going to fuck around and find out. And then what's going to happen at the end of the day is people are going to look at black Americans and they're going to be like, yo, why aren't y'all saying nothing? Why ain't y'all doing nothing? Why aren't y'all using y'all voices and y'all platforms to sit up there and speak? Well, we actually been sitting up there doing that. It's just the fuck that nobody wanted to agree with us. Everybody wants to sit up there and shit on black Americans when we talk about racism and everything else, as if we're just, spinning fairy tales, as if we're just trying to paint a victimhood mentality every single fucking time. But yet this is the same shit that I've been talking about for years on this fucking platform, where you got these white kids in these white ass communities in these white ass states sitting up there doing racism. So who's at fault for that? If racism doesn't exist, who is at fault for this white student doing this racist shit? Who is at fault? Who are you going to blame? Black people? Because the funniest thing is that black people seem to always be the perpetrator and the victims at the same time. How? When it comes to stories like this, it's like, oh, well, the racism exists because black people talk about racism. Bitch, where? How are we at fault for how it is that somebody else moves out here in life? So you mean to tell me that the most disenfranchised people, the main people that don't got no type of power, anything like that, have control over another group of people that are actually in power, that make laws, rules, and regulations, that be sitting up there swindling money left and right? You mean to tell me that black people got that much power and influence over white people and their kids? Are you fucking kidding me right now? Like I said, the shit that people sit up there and say, it sounds good when they're sitting up there saying it, but then when you break it down, you understand how fucking stupid it is. People say that black people are the cause of racism because we bring it up and we're talking about it. But even before black people were bringing up and talking about racism, the shit was still consistent and happening in America. We got this shit written down in books. And black people didn't even write the books. White people did. So it's like, it's amazing to me that people don't even want to acknowledge their own scriptures, their own writings from their own authors. But yet you want to turn around and sit up there and say that black people are the cause for racism in America. They're the cause for the divide in America. Black people never created any rules, any regulations, any laws. Black people never tried to sit up there and lynch white people. We never tried to sit up there and get them out of our neighborhoods. We never sat up there and said, we hate you. We hope that you, we never said any of that. But I can sit up there and go online right now in less than 1 minute, less than 30 seconds, give you a whole bunch of historical, accurate photos, real photos of signs across America where they say that no Negroes allowed, no colored drinking fountain. All of this coloreds in the back. Show me pictures of black people doing this in America. I'll wait. Show me towns and cities and states where you had the representatives of those towns, cities, and states, don't matter if it was a mayor, elected official, whatever, who was adamant and advocated for this, who was a part of this exact same system, who was proud to sit up there and be racist. Show me black people that sat up there and did that to white people historically in America. I'll wait. And I'll be waiting a goddamn long time. It'll be the third to fourth coming of Jesus before anybody can sit up there and showcase any of that bullshit. But yet, black people are the ones that sit up there and spread hate, though, right? Remember how that was the main thing when I was sitting up there showing you guys all those videos where it dealt with Asian Americans and it was stop the Asian hate. You know who was the poster child for that? It was black people. Black people were the poster child for stop the Asian hate, because all the ways in the media, what were they showing y'all? Oh, black people doing this. It was a black man doing this. It was a black woman that sat up there and said this. Look at how black people are sitting up there doing to Asians across the states. Look at what they did to an Asian in Texas. Look at what they did to an Asian in New York. Look what they did in Florida. Look what they did in California. And they would keep running this into the ground. But historically, when we sit up there and look at hate and who encompasses that hate, who is proud of that hate, who pushes that hate, the face ain't black. When I sit up there and done videos that I inevitably got marked for on YouTube, I did videos where I showed you with historical accuracy the photos of white people being in their towns and in their cities and deciding to sit up there and have signs stating that dogs are fine being in their states and towns, but they didn't want to have Asians. They didn't want to have any Hispanics there. They didn't want to have any blacks there. If you were anything other than white, they didn't want you there. And they openly and proudly had those signs there. But for some odd reason, at this moment in time, at this crucial time in history in America, magically, the media spin it as if black people are the face of racial discrimination and hate. We're the only ones that do this to everybody else, and everybody else is completely innocent. Ain't that about a bitch? Now, I'll put it on the even playing field, right? I'll just sit up there and do this because I believe in equality, right? If black people have a teacher, right? Because we're going to go through history, right? So we're looking at indentured servitude. I'm sorry, not indentured servitude. We're looking at servitude, right? Plain slavery. Right, we're looking at the fact that black people were in shackles and chains and slavery. You know, the stuff that American white people hate to sit up there and talk about, and also black conservatives. They don't want to look at any of that shit, right? So if we're looking at white people in America as God, right? White people are our gods, right? We're worshiping you. We're doing everything that we're supposed to do. We're reading our slave Bibles. We're sitting up there singing those slave hymns. We're sitting up there doing all of that shit, right? We're getting buck broken. We're getting our families killed and murdered. You're sitting up there doing stuff to our kids at a very young age, right? We're sitting up there getting indoctrinated, and we have to absorb all of this stuff, right? Wouldn't it then make sense that if we have a teacher that practices a type of evil, that at a certain point in time, that is going to start to affect, at a certain point in time, that's in a sense a education or an indoctrination into somebody else's culture? Wouldn't you be then teaching somebody how to act, because you don't want them to act like themselves. You don't want them to have their culture. You don't want them to have their language. You don't want them to have their original religion. You don't want them to sit up there and love the skin that they're in. You want them to love you, which is white. You want them to love Jesus, who is white. You want them to, adhere to the word of the master, because you are the master, because you have the same likeness as God, correct? So if you, America, are in a sense that teacher, wouldn't it then make sense that over time, the same things that you do, we would inevitably end up doing because you taught us these things? But like I said before, whenever these things are brought up, nobody ever wants to sit up there and look at the facts. If you want to sit up there and say that black people are criminally minded, we're violent inherently, right? These are things that we just naturally do. We don't care about nobody else. We want to sit up there and attack and do all of these negative things because everybody else out here in the world is doing, anybody that is not black is doing great and positive things. They're uplifting society, creating brand new things, building shit, right? If you're black, you're pretty much doing everything but that. You're doing everything under the sun and under the moon. But again, if we're being indoctrinated and taught by people who originally came from overseas, they were going after children. They were locked up in jails and prisons. They had life sentences. They were murdering. They were adulterers. All of these things. If these were the teachers that were, in a sense, given to black people, if these are the teachers who enslaved black people, would you then basically think somewhere along down the line that black people was going to, in a sense, deal with it in order to deal with this indoctrination, in order to, live? They're going to go with the ideology. They're going to try to fit in. They're going to be the exact same thing as, quote unquote, their masters and their teachers. Wouldn't black people just so happen to do that? I think they would, especially if we're dealing with survival and people wanting to sit up there and live. You have two choices. You can either sit up there and die right now, or you can sit up there and get indoctrinated and educated into my ways that are opposite of your own in order for you to prevail and survive. Right? Black people chose to survive. And because black people chose to survive, now you see the fallout from a lot of these teachings. These teachings didn't happen, directly over time. This was a long process. And because it was a long process, it was going to come to a certain point in time where you were going to start to see the cracks. You were going to start to see how brittle things basically were. You were going to start to see how faulty that foundation was, because initially the teachings were faulty. The people who are giving these teachings were faulty. But like I said before, nobody actually wants to go to the source of a lot of these things. And that goes right back to what I said earlier. Where are the communities to speak out? Showing up directly on the news, having town hall meetings. You know why they're not doing it? Because they don't actually care. They don't give a fuck, because they don't give a fuck about your kids because they're black and your kids don't look like theirs. Let's just be honest and put it exactly where it is. I understand the fact that a lot of people want to sit up there and go around in life and feel that racism doesn't exist, that these things don't specifically happen. Well, I pray to God that at no point in time that your kids ever have to sit up there and go through and deal with this, because Lord, help them. They are going to be woefully unprepared when they have to deal and face with racism, because that's the inevitability. If a lot of people aren't taught about history, they are not forewarned and they are not armed. This is what happens when you have lack of teachings. Just like when you have kids out here in white communities who are not taught about their history. And when I mean their history, I'm talking about American history. I'm talking about the bloody, ugly, nasty truth. This is when I sat up there and did a live stream and I showed y'all some of the videos from the book called Without a Sanctuary. Without a Sanctuary, again, I like to deal with facts when I talk about certain things, and I like to showcase those facts. And when I showcase those facts of a book, again, you can look it up on Amazon. It's called Without a Sanctuary. The book showcased the fact of a lot of lynchings that were taking place. You had fathers, you had sons, you had grandfathers, you had families. And you know who you saw around all of those lynchings? You saw white America. You saw white people. It wasn't nobody else. It wasn't nobody else out there who was laughing and pointing, who was sitting up there eating food, who was taking pictures, who was trying to send postcards, who was trying to, sell and make money off of these atrocities, off of these bodies. It wasn't nobody else doing this but white people. So again, I tend to ask these questions a lot. I need somebody to historically show me where it is that black people in America were going out here, pulling white people directly out of their homes, breaking their families apart, snatching them from their kids. Matter of fact, taking a whole family and just doing whatever it is that they wanted to do. Show me that on a consistent basis in history in America. Because I can go through books and I can show the photos of hundreds of white folks all over clamoring, oogling. They got whole family gatherings. You can see generations. You can see the great-grandfather, the grandfather. You can see the father's son. You can see the father's younger son and his daughter. You can see the mother. You can sit up there and see her mother's mother, her grandmother. You can see everybody out. It was a whole family gathering at these lynchings. And then I sat up there and went into another aspect on quite a few of these channels where I sat up there and talked about how a lot of these lynchings are still taking place. And I cover some of these stories. And one of those videos got, of course, struck on YouTube because they said that I was showing off, certain things on the video. And it was just a cartoon picture of a tree that had bodies hanging from those trees. It was a representation of the lynchings in America. But I guess, YouTube being YouTube, they didn't really sit up there and like that. So they struck the video and, basically took it down. Because they don't want certain things to be, out there, because that tends to not be so good for the money sake, for the advertising sake. Like I said, I guess a lot of people haven't, wondered or tried to figure out why it is that a lot of videos that you were able to see maybe about like 5 to 10 years ago are no longer on the platform, on a lot of these platforms. That's because they're slowly purging and erasing a lot of those videos because, it's bad for money. They don't care about the truth. They don't care about historical accuracy. It's just, in a sense, bad for money. So that's where we are at this moment in time. It's bad for money when they can't make money off of it, but it's good for money and it's good for the platform when they can figure out how to sit up there and specifically make money off of the dead bodies of black people. We gotta call a spade a spade. So you're going to take down the video that I did, that I spent time on, in order to let people know that lynchings are still happening in America every single day. And I'm not talking about by way of police shootings. I'm talking about actual lynchings that have taken place. You got black men that have been lynched. You got some black women as well that have been lynched as well. You got black sons out here that have been lynched as well in a multitude of states, especially in the South. But again, when you want to put out that information and tell people and, get them up to speed so that people know specifically what is going on, magically you're on the wrong. You're doing the wrong thing. You're doing a negative thing. You're bringing up racism when there is no racism, right? You're bringing up racism when there is no racism. So again, this is the America that we, in a sense, live in. This is what we're looking at this moment in time. How is it possible that America can sit up there and be the land of milk and honey, and you can come here and live the American dream, and everybody is supposed to be accepted, when America can't even accept the people who have naturally been here in America? How? I'm a little bit confused, because like I told y'all before, the actual definition of American, deals with those who were indigenous. Matter of fact, let me get this book out real quick. Let me just hit up this definition, because you know what? I'm not going to try to paraphrase. I'm going to give you the definition as it basically states, right? Too bad it doesn't have page numbers in here, right? So the definition for American, right? They said pertaining to America. Next definition. It says a native of America. Originally applied, pay attention, originally applied to the aboriginals. Aboriginals means indigenous, people who are already here, right? And it says, or the copper colored races. So when you think about Europeans, you don't think about them being copper colored. which means that somebody was obviously here and who was obviously living here before Europeans, in a sense, got here. They were copper colored. This is going from a Noah's Webster's Dictionary from 1828. So again, if anybody wants to look this up, if anybody wants to verify that, then you can go out there and buy the book, and you can go out there and verify it yourself. Because like I said, looking at a dictionary that's listed, Noah's Webster's Dictionary from 1828, it said that a Native American definition, it is defined as a native of America, originally applied to the Aboriginals or copper colored races found here by the Europeans. Let me repeat that again. Found here. How could you find anything if it already existed? You didn't find nothing. Even in their own books, they're giving you some truth, but then they're still sitting up there watering down the truth. They were like, yeah, there was people here, but we found them. We found these people. The Europeans found these people, like they founded this land. They didn't find nothing. You were being intrusive. Robbers, stealers, grave robbers. Like somebody stated before, the only reasons that the pyramids in Egypt are still in Egypt was because they were too heavy for Europeans to steal. Because everything else that they stole, it was lightweight. They got the sarcophagus, they got the bodies of the mummies, they got the wrappings, they got the gold, everything. Y'all done took everything from these people. They were sitting there resting. And you came into their graves as the grave robbers that you are. And historically, they've been grave robbing, because if you look up the history of the medical field and how it is that the nurses and how it is that the young doctors were able to become these young doctors, there was a few ways to get these bodies. Either one, it was freshly dead. Either number two, they were just buried. Or number three, they had to sit up there and off somebody. Those are the three ways in the medical field that they got bodies. Because at a certain point in time, they started to have more doctors and nurses out there than they actually had dead bodies. So again, you have to understand how it is that they were able to get these bodies. Go look up the ugly and the nasty history of the medical field, and you'll learn a lot. You'll learn a lot. A lot of people that are still going to grave sites right now, their family, their relatives might not even be there. Like I said, if a lot of people across America started to exhume, some of the bodies of their loved ones, their sarcophagus, for a better word, they'll find out that the remains are no longer there. They'll find out that body is no longer there. Or if the body is there, they'll find out that their organs are no longer there. And then you got to ask, where are the organs? If the family doesn't have the organs, who has the organs? Oh, that's right. The medical industry, the hospital, the morgue, the black market, all three of those work in tandem with each other in order to make money and profit off of bodies. These are the exact same things that America has been doing to black people. What a quinky dink. Look at that. Look at how, when we don't focus in on the past, we then look at what it is that happens to black people. But, if we realize that this was already happening to black people, such as for another extent where slave owners, slave masters, the gods, they had insurance directly on their slaves. So if they happen to chop off a hand of their slave or a foot, or if they injured their slave, they would sit up there and get a couple $100s for that slave. Notice that. Again, somebody showed me some history of black people basically owning white people. And we had a whole bunch of white people in servitude, slavery, whips and chains and everything, buck breaking, sitting up there, taking a wife directly out of the home. So, we can create, some secondary kids, some mixed race kids, create some lighter versions, mulattoes, whatever you want to sit up there and call it, light skins, directly on the side. Show us where we were sitting up there adamantly doing that. And then we also had insurance on your ass, and we were sitting up there injuring you on purpose and getting a few $100s for you. Please, historically, show me that on a continuous rate. Show me that happening. Anybody, somebody. Because I got some books, and none of that states any of that. But then you'll have some people that'll sit up there and state that, oh, well, blacks weren't, the only slaves directly out here. White people were slaves too. The Scottish and the Irish, they were slaves. You had indentured servitude. It's a complete difference. It's a complete difference. You would sit up there and work for about, maybe 7 to 12 years. And then after that, you were completely fine and dandy. You could sit up there. You had money that you amassed. You were able to sit up there and get a house. Nothing happened to your kids. You were completely fine and dandy. Black people, on the other hand, we're sitting up there getting brutalized. They had to sit up there and go through all of these horrific things in order to sit up there and survive. Black women were sitting up there having to be a mistress or a secondary wife, sitting up there having bastard kids and everything like that, not getting a ring directly on their finger, living on the plantation, still being a part of the plantation, raising their kids on the plantation, still being a slave, had to do all of that. And a lot of times black women were sitting up there getting taken. Just getting taken and stuff just happening to them. Not even just by the slave master, but also by the slave hands as well. And then in that very same line, you have black men, especially some of the ones who are deemed the strongest ones, as what is called buck breaking, when they would sit up there and have the strongest male brutalized in front of all the rest of the slaves. And it wouldn't just be the slave master sitting up there doing it. It'll be the slave hands sitting up there doing it. And then they'll also probably have some other people from a different plantation take part directly in that atrocity. And that's happening to that man live. His kids are sitting up there witnessing this. His wife is sitting up there witnessing this. And this is what they would do in order to demoralize the rest of the people directly out there. But nobody wants to talk about that, though. And nobody wants to talk about how when that happened in the past, that has an effect on the future. Nobody wants to look at that. And how that might just so happen to manifest itself. And how things like that happen to get passed down and they start to take effect. Like I said, I'm not, people should be able to get to what I'm alluding to. Because if you look at it at this moment in time, you have a lot of things that are being propped up out here, that are being showcased, that are being normalized, correct? And like I said, I'm not sitting up there saying, people don't have the right to express and do whatever it is that they want to do. You can do that on your own time. But when it gets to the point where you want to put this directly out there for the public and for, kids to consume, that's when it becomes a problem. But like I said before, nobody wants to look at the past. Nobody wants to look at how a lot of these things basically started off, how a lot of these things were, 20, 30, 40, 50, 90, 100-year plans. You had people out here playing chess 4D, making moves that were both seen and unseen at the same time. They were playing four hands instead of two. Like, people not even understanding. And people aren't really trying to understand and really trying to get the concept. Like I said, historically, going right back to the main story, historically, this is something that is taught. This is something that is passed down. This is something that is given. To another extent, people say that this is something within people's DNA. So this is why you're able to see this video in Colorado, where you got a white student that is sitting up there stating that they feel a certain type of way about black people, that they deem and look at black people as a racial slur, as if, and they smell and all of these negative things. But like I said, I like to sit up there and play things pretty even, right? If people want to sit up there and say that black people smell, you got the freedom of speech. So be it. No problem. I have no problem with that. But then this is when I start to go back into the videos where I showcase to you Europeans stating how it is that they don't properly wipe themselves when they go to the bathroom. How it is that people don't use washcloths. How people's bathing regimen basically takes place. How it is that people have bath days. I've never heard of this before ever in my life. That was not a concept in a black household of having bath days, as if we needed to 100% reserve water because we were living in a land that really didn't have water. Again, I've never heard of this before. But thanks to the brilliant minds of social media, and thanks to those out there that wanted to be honest, we inevitably learned a lot of stuff. I got to see people kissing pigeons and rats. I've never seen that before in my life. I guess, everybody needs love. Even though I know that that's how plagues, in a sense, start, because people want to get a little bit too close to the wildlife directly out here, and they start doing some zoo farmy, type of things, and inevitably something happens. You know, like I said before, if you look in certain laws in certain countries, it is okay for people to have relations with animals. Seems quite crazy, doesn't it? But again, you know, I showcased that to basically tell people that there were certain, you know, doors and certain things that are still, you know, not fully open yet, but they're working their way to get those open and to get that stuff normalized. I'm not sure if people are actually following and understanding of the things that are in a sense normalized at this moment in time. There's a lot of smoke and mirrors in a sense going on out here, but I'm not really sure that people are actually comprehending what is going on. So yes, we do have the racism and the bigotry and discrimination that is specifically going on, and that is happening directly to black people. Am I saying that only black people are going through this? No, I'm not, but I'm focused on black people because I'm black at the end of the day, because I know for a fact that black people are the main ones that have always tried to ride and stand up for everybody else. And then when it's time for black people to actually get some help, get some backup, we're looking around and we don't see nobody. It's a ghost town. It is a straight ghost town, nothing but tumbleweeds and crickets and everything like that is just sitting there. The wind is not even our friend because it's just kicking up dust, blinding us. We don't even see what's going on. So we think that we sitting up there swinging and hitting the enemy, and we hitting one of our own. But while all of that is basically going through and taking place, again, the 4D chess, where people are 100 years ahead of time, you got people making moves behind the scenes, trying to pass laws, rules, and regulations to enable certain types of actions to take place that should not be taking place, where they're trying to normalize a lot of things. So again, you know, this is a very large issue. It's a multifaceted, multifolded issue, and it all involves a group that have been here in America and that quote unquote founded America. Right? Like I said before, if people want to be honest, you got to look at what America was truly founded on. Like I said, if you want to be proud of where it is that you live, you got to be proud of everything. But again, people want to sit up there and dismiss, and they want to sweep under the rug some of these things, which is quite nonsensical to me. If you're going to be proud, be proud. If not, don't half-ass it, because it don't make sense. Just say that you're from Canada. And that's what, and let me just bring that up too. That's what a lot of European Americans would do here. European descendants, they would sit up there, instead of them saying that they're from America, when they go around the world, they would sit up there and say that they're from Canada. This is the same exact thing that I would get on white people about on Fox 2, on WXYZ and many other places, and also on Facebook. I would clown and get after white people for sitting up there trying to state they live in Michigan. And, you know, 10 plus years ago, they would always sit up there and have like a Detroit, an old English Detroit tattoo, or 313, or they would sit up there when they leave the state, they would always sit up there and try to tell people that they're from Detroit. And they would do that because that comes with a certain type of energy. People, oh, you a white boy from Detroit? Oh man, I know you done been through it. You done sat up there, right? People have a certain reaction. Versus if white people came out and was like, yeah, I'm from Oxford. I'm from Utica. I'm from Ipsy. Right? I'm from Southfield. I'm from Redford. You start sitting up there naming places that people ain't never heard of before. I'm up Beaver Road. Like what? Like that's in Michigan, Beaver Road. What is that? Where is that located? This is why white people would sit up there and always go with the normal miles. They would say that they're from 6, 7, 8, and 9. Anything above 9, they're not sitting up there. I'm from 13 Mile in Michigan. Where's that at? 13 Mile? Like what is that? Right? People will look at them weird. It don't come with a certain type of energy because nobody knows what the fuck that is. But now a lot of that has changed because you started to have the gentrification. You started to have white flight directly in Detroit, where you got an influx of white people, directly coming there and living there and wanting to stay and moving directly into black neighborhoods. Because, like I said before, I find it hugely funny to me seeing an influx of people who normally did not even want to be associated or around black people, and now they want to be in black neighborhoods. Nobody questions that. Nobody finds that weird. Because 10, 15, 20 years ago, they had the money to sit up there and move to Detroit and get a home It was actually quite cheap. You could actually get some homes dirt cheap, especially during the crisis that set up there and took place with the housing. Right when the housing market basically happened and collapsed, houses were cheap, especially in black areas. But yet you didn't see a lot of them try to come in and basically have a house. But now when things look like it's picking up, when things are basically getting better, when more money is basically fluctuating in, but that money isn't coming because of the black residents there, the money is coming in order to entice, and it's coming there because the government knows that, hey, we're going to have an influx of, our people here. We got to have things here. So we got to get the police better cars, better equipment. We got to get the EMS working. We got to get 911, way better. We got to get the response time, very low. We got to have the quickest response, out of the United States. We got to make sure that we actually get things done. Right. And then we all know what ends up inevitably takes place with that. Right. What takes place with that is that as soon as you start moving into black areas, black neighborhoods, then you start to have this housing organization mentality that will start to arise where people want to sit up there and say that, oh, your grass can only, be a couple of centimeters. If, it's an inch, we're gonna issue you a ticket. It's against the housing regulation rules for you to even have grass that's an inch. You know this. How was somebody that basically lived in Detroit for 50 years supposed to know some brand new rules that somebody just decided to throw up because they founded this house in Detroit? And then because they founded this house in Detroit, they can now usher in and push in and bring in these rules that they had from their lands. How? It's crazy. But like I said, it's going to be black people that's going to be penalized and have to suffer and go through this at the end of the day. And especially black people in Detroit. Your kids are going to have to sit up there and deal with all of these kids that were indoctrinated, that were taught a certain type of way coming from the suburbs where their parents still live in all of these lands of yonder, still don't even have black friends, never even been around black people. Like I said, you still got white people still today in Michigan. They're like, Detroit, I don't go anywhere near it. I drive clearly on the outsides. If I have to, I'm just taking a straight road, directly through. I'm just cutting directly through. I'm not making any stops. I fill up my gas before I even know that I'm sitting up there getting to Detroit. I'm not trying to. It's a Wild West out there. It's nothing but with pimps and prostitutes and gangbangers and thugs. It's not like that's all it is in Detroit, right? That's the mentality. That's the mentality that they got, right? But lo and behold, here we are, where we got the gentrification of Detroit and many other states, basically, taking place. But like I said, I'm saying all of that to come right back down to this video, where a lot of these things are taught. Right? It's taught by the communities. It's taught by the families. It's taught by the husband and the wives. Because notice, a lot of these kids, their parents are married. They're not coming from a single parent household. All of their families are intact. They got that nuclear family. Their grandparents are more than likely still married as well. So all of these people, they're from generation to generation to generation, they're carrying the same ideology, the same type of talking. And in Colorado, this is what they tend to do. Shout out to those out there in Colorado. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to y'all for not shutting down racism, because I know there's no reason to shut it down, because there's no benefit for you shutting it down. I get it. I understand it. I see it. Like I said, and I respect it. You're going to do what is in your best interest. I do not fault you at all for that. But anyways, let me just get back to the out of that long-winded, almost 1 hour speech that I gave. Let me get back to the video. Hold on.
After learning what was said, many found their use of the word hate-filled understated.
They weren't equipping the parents to really keep their kids safe and to have a real conversation.
NAACP President Portia Prescott heard from families worried that words may escalate.
The parents that have come to me are wondering, are there guns in the home? It's a public safety issue now.
The child in this video has returned to school, and some parents are left wondering why the district won't protect theirs.
If he said, I wish students were dead, would they have the same response?
Now, the district says they do not tolerate hate of any kind, and they're going to offer support to impacted students and families. And parents at the meeting tonight, they still have a lot of questions for the district. We're told this type of hate speech isn't rare in those halls.
All right, Tori, thanks for your report.
Oh, let me go back to that. What did she say? Hold on. Wait. Let me hit that one more time.
For the district, we're told this type of hate speech isn't rare in those halls.
Oh, so let me just get this straight. That black woman right there on the news sat up there and stated that the type of speech that you were able to hear from the student earlier on, right? Let me go back to that. Let me see if I can get the snippet. Right there. Let me play that for you. So listen to this speech here from the student.
Doing 26 seconds of hate.
Black are little collar kickers who should not be alive right now. I hate their skin color. I hate how they talk. They just stink up the world.
The parent of
So you heard that. You heard all of that speech that he was sitting up there saying, right? So let's go back to what she stated.
This type of hate speech isn't rare in those halls.
So she said, so I had to put that together so people can understand. All the things that you were able to hear that student basically say in Colorado in those schools, it is not rare. Let me repeat that again. Let me get a little bit louder and closer to the mic for the non-believers. It is not rare. My condolences to those of you who are wearing headphones. I apologize. But again, it is not rare. So for a lot of people out there that decide that they want to sit up there and state that, oh, racism isn't what you think it is, it's not as prevalent and all this. It is not rare in Colorado. It is not rare in the halls of those schools. It is not rare amongst those students. This is how they think, act, eat, sleep, talk. This is how they move. Again, mainstream media, this is why I allow mainstream media to sit up there and tell people shit, because people tend to believe the media versus they believe in the ordinary ass black dude that is sitting up here talking on YouTube. The media sat up there and told you it's not rare. So if anybody wants to sit up there and try to tell me otherwise, shut the fuck up. Because that is the time that I'm on at this moment in time. Please shut the fuck up. Because you done fucked around and find out. The media just literally fucking told you live in 4K that it is not rare. So let's stop with the nonsense of sitting up there saying like, oh, these are just oddball variables where this happens, but overwhelmingly everybody is loving to everybody else. Get the fuck out of here. You're going to sit up and say everybody is loving to everybody else when people aren't even loving to themselves. How the fuck do you get that logic? This is why I can't sit up there and take a lot of people serious, because a lot of people live in a false ideology. You can't sit up there and say that America is loving when America doesn't love itself. How can somebody that doesn't know how to love and accept itself be loving and accepting to other people? It doesn't make sense. Where is the math? The math is not mathing. Like I said, it sounds good, but once you start breaking it down, it sounds fucking stupid. But like I said, nobody wants to acknowledge any of these things. Nobody wants to acknowledge any of these things. It's a fallacy. It's not what you think it is. America is really loving. America is really caring. Look at what we sit up there and do, when it deals with FEMA and what we do with the Red Cross. Matter of fact, I'm going to sit up there and show you what takes place. What's the name of that woman? Let me go to my IG real quick. What is the name of that documentary? Because I did a story on that woman before. So let me just go to this clip real quick. Wait, matter of fact, let me just see if I can pull this. Because I gotta sit up there and just showcase certain stuff here, because it gets to a point where people want to play games with people's intelligence, and they feel that people don't have any type of proof to facilitate any of the things that they just so happen to talk about, and it's quite nonsensical. So let me just download this real quick, give that a few seconds. Let me just upload this real quick to you guys. We're just going to look at a little clip of this so that you can understand what it is that I'm talking about. This is the fallacy that I'm talking about, where people want to sit up and say, but oh, you know, America's great. Look at what Americans are sitting up there doing out there in the world. Let's look at this documentary that is, in a sense, telling the story and slightly celebrating what it is that this woman did. Let's just go to this.
I think some of the most wild accusations that were made about me is that I killed 800 children. I was medically experimenting on children compared to Adolf Hitler, soon to be part of the KKK. It's kind of like where to begin, you know?
I was talking when I was muted. So the woman that you just so happen to see here, she was masquerading. She was doing a whole bunch of, medical type of things that she should not have been doing. And I want people to understand it's very easy for half-ass medical students or medical officials who lost their licensing in America, who are not able to or supposed to be able to practice, or people who are just faking it until they make it. It's easy for them to go over to Africa and to perform these medical deeds. They can do surgeries, right? They can do all of these intrusive, invasive, types of things. And this is what happens. This woman is still here. She has a whole full-fledged documentary. She sat up there and slew African kids. I almost want to say that she might be pretty much in the same bloodline as King Leopold of Belgium II. If people don't know who King Leopold of Belgium is, let me just sit up there and refresh you real quick. King Leopold of Belgium is from Belgium. He is the second, and he single-handedly went down to the Congo to conquer the Congo and the Congolese people, enslave the Congolese people. And if the Congolese people opted not to sit up there and do what it is that they're supposed to do every single day on the time that they're supposed to do it, he was chopping off hands, he was chopping off feet, and he would also take your life as well. This is well documented. And it was stated that it was estimated that he killed anywhere from, I think, 10 to 15 million Congolese? Excuse me. But then you got people out here wanting to try to fight over the numbers. Oh no, that's not historically accurate. Nobody has, real proof of, this is what King Leopold did. Yeah, he did some atrocities, but saying that it was in the millions, that's taking it a little bit too far. This dude had money. He was backed. He was endorsed. And you're going to sit up there and tell me with the army and the people that he had over the amount of time, the extent of time that he had power directly over the Congo, that he did not slew all of these people? Let's not play games. Africa has over 1 billion people on that continent. So it is not unfathomable that a person who is European in nature, that is backed with money by banks and everything like that, a family, whatever you want to sit up there and call it, it is not impossible for somebody like that to slay hundreds of thousands and millions upon millions of people. It is not impossible. With money, you can do anything. And better yet, with money, you can do everything. Because the only worst that we know of is what it is that King Leopold of Belgium basically did. We don't know what his hands, and I'm not talking about his hands, I'm talking about the hands of the people that were overseeing the land. We don't know what they set up there and did to the kids. We don't know what they did to the men and the women and to the elders. So again, we're only getting like one part of that story. But again, nobody wants to really deep dive and try to get historically accurate on a lot of those things. They want to fight over the numbers, but they don't want to sit up there and talk about the atrocities that took place. Nobody wants to go near that. That's a little bit too ugly. That's a little bit too deep. That's a little bit too real. So like I said, we got King Leopold of Belgium. We saw what it was that he did, but nobody wants to talk about that Holocaust that happened in Africa. If you want to talk about a Holocaust, people want to sit up there, why don't we sit up there and talk about how the Africans and what it is that they're doing, to themselves? Again, people do have civil wars. Nobody is sitting up there saying that those things don't happen. But we can also state that a lot of discrepancies, a lot of tendencies, a lot of things that are enabled by the powers that be, specifically the world government, specifically the European nations. They enable certain conflicts to take place because they're like, you know what? They get together, rich people get together, they're at a table, the billionaires and shit. They sit up there and have their cigars, they have their brandy, they might be playing cards or whatever the fuck it is. We've all seen this play out in movies, right? And they'll sit there and they'll make business deals. They don't have contracts, they have handshakes, right? This is what they do. The real business deals, it don't come by contracts. People are drinking, people are smoking, right? People are partaking in certain types of activities in order to fulfill these contractual obligations, in order to bind these contracts. You don't need blood anymore. You just need certain things. Right. And I'm also alluding to other things that take place as well in Hollywood. But anyways, you got these things that tend to take place with these billionaires and stuff of that nature, people who run the world, people who run these corporations, people who are a part of a lot of these different families that a lot of people don't just so happen to know the last names of, but these last names own and run a lot of things that you don't even know that they run. Right. And they facilitate a lot of these conflicts in Africa. They'll pick a side. It was like, all right, Bartholomew, you take the Congolese, people, and I'll make a bet on them. And then you will, take this little group that we're working on. We're trying to, empower them, and, we're going to have them try to take over, the Congolese. We're going to have them, bring in a brand new regime. And we're going to see, what my new group can do versus your already established, Congolese people in their government. We're going to see if my group over here can sit up there and cause a coup. We're going to see if we can disrupt the government powers. We're going to see if we can corrupt the officials. We're going to see if we can, do some type of things, dealing with the elections. Right? We're going to see if these things can, happen to take place. We're going to see how strong, both the weight of your army of the Congolese people, right, and their intelligence is versus my people who are just starting. This is what they do. But people don't want to, again, people don't want to look at the beginning. People don't want to look at the start. People don't want to look at how a lot of these things transpire and transition. People just want to look at it for face value. Oh, well, look what the Africans are doing to each other. Who is facilitating and giving the money to the Africans? If we're already supposed to theorize and think that Africa is a third world country, that again, this is what they've been telling people for decades, right? Africa is a third world country. Africa is broke. Africa is poor. Africa don't got nothing. There is nothing there. Remember the commercials they used to always run during the 90s and the early 2000s? Just 10 cents a day can help little Sophia get a mosquito net and get, vaccinations for the Zika virus, which kills thousands of kids just like her at her age. This will help little Brandon, age 6, get the rice that his mom needs in order to sit up there and feed him in the village of other orphan kids that are orphaned because of wars. Well, white guy who is a part of the Christian network, why are these kids orphaned? And why were their parents a part of this war that created these orphan kids? I wonder who facilitated that and who gave them the muns and the gunny. I'm sorry, I said the muns and the gunny. I mean the money and the guns. That's new lingo for people, the muns and the gunny. I expect that to catch out at a point in time, and I want some royalties from that. The muns and the gunny. But who facilitated that? When we look at a lot of the rockets, a lot of the missiles, a lot of the helicopters, a lot of the planes, a lot of the bulletproof vests, a lot of the magazines, where is Africa getting all of this stuff from? Who's facilitating? If Africa is a broke continent, how can they afford hundreds of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of armaments and guns and vests and trucks and all of these things? Who's facilitating this? Who's making all of this stuff? Like I said, but I guess that's a little bit we're going a little bit too far. Right? We're trying to blame people with lack of evidence and proof. I mean, we can look at history, but people say that still lacks evidence and proof. And, that can still be hearsay from a person's point of view, not specifically putting out all of the information. When realistically, we all know that when it deals with the media, everybody doesn't really look at all of the information. We tend to look at the things that we just so happen to get fed or handed directly to us. And that also specifically deals with celebrities as well. Pink said the Muns and the Gunny. Yeah, let me tell you, them tongue twisters, they be out there. They be out there. They be out there. Now, the thing that I just want to look at something real quick. I'm trying to find a what's the name here, right? So let me just wait. Does that talk about the settlement? Let me see. Let me go to the lawsuit, right? Yeah, so let me just, because that goes directly into the celebrity part. And the reason I'm going to cover, I'm going to talk about this. I was supposed to bring out a video about it when it officially, came out. It was like less than 24 hours. Like I said, it was pretty much here and there in a done type thing. I got to specifically bring this up, and this is for the women that are specifically there. For some of y'all that know me, that know about the platform and everything that it is that I've talked about and advocated for, specifically here, I've tried to give, certain types of warnings. I tried to tell women, certain types of things and not to allow certain types of things as well. So let me just highlight that picture. Let me not show transition. Let me transform that. Let me make that full screen so you guys can see it, right? So we all know about this, right? Which is Cassie settles Diddy lawsuit just one day after filing the shocking rape and sex trafficking and abuse allegations, right? This was the quickest lawsuit that I ever seen happen. I was waiting for the Me Too movement. I was waiting for the feminists to basically show up and show out. I was waiting for Gloria Allred to basically happen. None of that happened. I'm going to point out a few things, but I'm like, nobody finds that suspicious. No, I got you, Pink. You say you DM me some. I got you. Nobody finds this suspicious. You got this woman came out and basically said something against a multi-millionaire, billionaire mogul, a black man. He was like, hey, this is what he basically did to me. This is everything that was happening, yada, yada, yada. When you go through the transcripts of the court proceedings, it's like, ooh, it's looking pretty bad. I'm like, Diddy, what you're doing? But again, I'm also going to sit up there and state this as well, and I'm going to let people know this. There were a multitude of sides here. You have women online that were specifically, advocating, specifically for her. In my video titled, I basically said, I hope that this woman is protected, right? Because she's coming out and saying stuff that other people have alluded to over the years. You've had Wendy Williams, you've had 50 Cent basically say some stuff. You had other celebrities basically allude to some stuff. I've also showcased clips to you with Diddy where he was sitting up there saying some questionable stuff on a podcast before. It was him, Fabulous, and I think it was like one of the other rappers, right? He was like, yeah, Daddy, I like the way you was scraping and scrambling, Daddy. I like the way you was scraping and scrambling, right? He was saying he was literally calling another man Daddy. And I'm like, nobody finds that a little bit suspicious. And then he was sitting up there, talking to the guys. He was like, yo, so when we going to hang out? The look on the guy's face, like everybody was like dead silent. Everybody, like, it was a look. If you go and look at that clip, there was a look there of, I'm not sure if people were terrified or actually scared. Because like I said before, you got people out here that got power and money. Diddy has power and money. He can pretty much damn near do anything that he wants to sit up there and do. It's Diddy. Take that. He can pretty much do and say anything that he wants to sit up there and say. And who's going to sit up there and stand up against him? Nobody. In those transcripts, it also stated that Diddy was the same dude. Everybody was like, yo, Diddy is sweet. Diddy is this. Diddy ain't so sweet because you go through those transcripts, Diddy found out where Suge Knight was, and he was going to pull up to the scene on Suge Knight. He had guns and everything. He had his entourage and his crew. He was going to pull up on Suge Knight at the restaurant that he was supposedly dining at, and he was going to show up and show out. But everybody walking around, oh, Diddy's sweet. Look at how Diddy is dancing and all. Diddy, this is a multifaceted situation. Like, remember before how people said that, real G's move in silence? right? That's how Diddy was moving. He wasn't out here sitting up there. He was giving you comic relief and shit. He was sitting up there showing you dancing and doing all of this like weird shit. But this is the type of shit that he would sit up there and do behind the scenes when there ain't no cameras around. When he's not sitting up there recording. When he's not sitting up there smiling and trying to show out for people. That's what he was doing. And now let me reiterate to people. Suge Knight is a name back in the day in the 2000s and in the 90s. Suge Knight's name was feared. He was Candyman during that time. Some of your favorite hardest rappers were not trying to see Suge Knight at that time. If Suge Knight showed up, your hardest rappers during that time were leaving the scene. Go back and look at some of the hip hop documentaries where people were talking about how the hardest rappers, when Suge Knight, they said that Suge Knight was even in the building, anywhere even near the block, they started tucking their chains. They started hiding their jewelry. But like I said, everybody want to sit up there and talk about how their favorite rappers from the 90s and shit was, oh, these niggas was tough. They was hard. They was really about that life. They wasn't about that life with Suge Knight, though. They was hiding and tucking their chain. When was the last time any of these hardest rappers, they wanted to bust a bar or a line about Suge Knight? They wanted to really start coming at Death Row. The only time people wanted to start talking about Death Row was when Suge Knight was no longer on the streets, when he was locked up. Then everybody wanted to start gossiping. Everybody wanted to start moving their mouth. Everybody wanted to start telling these stories. But nobody was trying to tell stories when Suge Knight was out here, though, when he would actually pull up and come see you. Because like I said, people still fear that man. That's the type of power that he invoked. That's the type of presence that he had. Love him or hate him, that's Suge Knight. So now, in a sense, the new Suge Knight, you got Diddy. If people actually looked at the clips that I posted on IG, you would know exactly what it is that I'm talking about. You will see some of the things that rappers and things. Matter of fact, I got you. No problem. What we're going to sit up there and do, we're just going to add this to the video roster. We're just going to, hopefully there's no music playing in some of these. If it is, it's whatever. It's whatever it is. Let me get this. Let me just play this clip so that we can get a better understanding of what it is.
It's like, when we gonna get the chance to, to kick it, like we can just hang out, nigga. We gotta kick it.
This is Paul. Okay.
He telling me we gotta kick it and shit. And he was like, yo, why don't we like go shopping or some shit? I mean, like I pay for it. And I was like, what the fuck this nigga just said? I got the fuck away from him because I was like, this nigga fucking. Wait, this nigga just tell me he'd take me shopping. And this is shit that goes on. But there's your little fruit pop. It's a fruit pop. It's a fruit pop. Trust me.
So I just want to freeze it right there. I want you to look at how people are, in a sense, trying to, do their laughing. You guys, some people got the dude in the back. He just like he touching his chin. Ha, ha, ha. You got the main cast of Drink Champs. He's up there like covering his face, laughing about it, technically looking down. And then you got the one black dude sitting up there looking scared. And this is what I try to tell people before. If they pay very close attention to the video, everybody in that video ain't sitting up there laughing. Because a lot of these people out here are like the boogeyman or like Candyman to a lot of other people. They are revered. Like I said, people can say whatever it is they want to sit up and say about Diddy, but that man is revered. The face on that black man in the background, in the black shirt, that says everything that you need to sit up there and know. He's like, oh, you shouldn't be saying that. He's like, oh, you being real brave right now. It's like, oh, I wouldn't be sitting up there saying that if I was. That's the look that he's sitting up there giving. You see the lines on his forehead. You see his eyebrows raised. You see the look. Like I said, that tells you everything that you need to sit up there and know right there. But again, let's continue.
You see these little weird ass pictures and shit like that out there, sitting out there for no reason. You don't see accident pictures with me like kissing niggas. Like that doesn't happen by accident. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Look, later you're gonna find out a little shit that I'll be saying be real. You understand what I'm saying? Man, listen, I'm trying to tell you the truth. But the truth, sometimes it hurts.
Right.
It hurts people and they don't want to hear that shit. But I'm trying to tell you, nigga asked me, could he take me shopping? And it fucked me up because I'm looking like, what the fuck did this nigga just say? I want to take you shopping. I got a bankroll out this motherfucker. I want to take you shopping. Why? Because when you walk around looking so motherfucking good, I'm going to feel like, God damn it, that motherfucker with me. That's all I want to do. That's all I want to do. But when a nigga tell me he want to take me shopping, what the fuck is the matter with this nigga?
Wait, hold on. But where was this at?
This was at the wedding. Right after the
Uptown Records started with 5 people. Andre Harrell, Al B. Sure, Heavy D, and Puffy. And Kim was the longest working employee because she was there from the very beginning. She was Andre's personal assistant. Kim is dead. Heavy D is dead. Andre Harrell is dead. The only 2 left are Puffy and Al almost died. Isn't that interesting?
That is interesting.
Heavy D was found dead, face down in the heart attack. Andre Harrell, heart attack. Kim died from pneumonia, but there's the first coroner's report that said that she died. It was ruled a homicide, and they found toxins in her body to prove that she had been poisoned. You know, they have poisons that create heart attack and pneumonia-like symptoms. And then right after that, Al had a meeting, and I was going to meet up with him because we were in Vegas, and then the next thing you know, you want to know what they all had in common, though? The survivors and the late of Uptown Records, they were all writing tell-all books. Andre was writing a book right before he died. Heavy D was working on a book before he died. Kim Porter was working on a book before she died. And Al B. Sure was working on the documentary of his life. And then he goes into a coma. Has Puffy ever been in a coma?
So again, that was Jaguar Wright. If don't nobody knows specifically who this black woman is, and the reason that you don't hear anything of Jaguar Wright is due to the effect of what they quote unquote stated that she had a mental breakdown and she was going crazy and all of these other things. And I want to note to people, this woman is not like a Wendy Williams. She is specifically advocating for people out there in the music industry. She is trying to put a warning out there to a lot of people, to a lot of black people, like, yo, the music industry ain't what it seems. This is really what you don't want to sit up there and do. You don't know specifically what you're signing up for. You don't know what you're getting into. Those were the warnings that she was specifically giving to a lot of artists directly out here. And a lot of artists know it. You got some artists that are not a part of the music industry anymore, but they'll go to podcasts and they'll start talking about a lot of this stuff. But even still, you know, with them, you know, putting out this information, a lot of people don't want to pay attention to those artists. Because, oh, they're just jealous. They just washed up. They just saying this because they want money. Because they're you know, one hit wonders, all this other. They're just saying it's just because they want to say it. But nobody finds it weird that you got all of these artists pretty much saying the exact same thing. They're not looking, in a sense, for money. They're telling what it is that they've experienced and what it is that they've seen. But yet the whole world is so dismissive or don't even want to pay attention, or they're just blatantly ignoring what it is that these people are coming out here saying. They're literally coming out in front of everybody naked and telling like, oh, like, yo, this is what I went through. This is what I suffered through. This is what I, you know, this is the ordeal that I had to do in order to try to make it. Right. Like I said, she's telling you that all of these people that basically earlier on worked with Puffy was like, hey, all of these people magically are no longer here. And one of the last people, they almost were no longer here. And pretty much after everything is said and done, the only person that's going to be left standing is Puffy. Nobody finds that a bit suspicious. That's all she's sitting up there saying. And then not to mention that the the podcast or the show that she was on, they were mentioning that they did sit up there and gain popularity with having Miss Jaguar directly on there, but they also started, getting messages about, having her on there, about, getting certain warnings and, stuff. And I'm not talking about from YouTube. I'm talking about from other people. So like I said, people got to pay attention to the information that is actually out here for free, because sooner or later this information ain't no longer going to be out there anymore. And people are just going to have to take stuff for face value. And that's going to be a very, very dangerous world. We're already teetering basically being there, but to actually fully be there 100%, and you can either take it as a yes or a no, and you can't even question it to be a maybe, you can't even criticize it. Like I said, people better sit up there and enjoy the time that you're in, for the time that you're able to sit up there and enjoy, because everything changes. And sometimes that changes not for the better. But we're going to smoothly go directly over to the church, because I happen to, talk about the church every so often. I happen to, bring them up in some videos and stuff like this. So I just want to, look at what it is that this pastor, what it is that he was stating. And I want to get some people's feelings out there. We got 31 people out there. I want to know what you guys feel about this pastor and what it is that he's stating in his video.
Very often, the King James Version translation was different than the Hebrew or Greek. So it opened your eyes a bit. Absolutely. It made me question the term that the Bible is inerrant and infallible. Something I would never question. Sort of dangerous territory, isn't it? To say that the Bible is not the Word of God, but is the Word of man about God, as best as man has perceived God, is troubling.
Eventually, he said, he could come to only one conclusion.
I respect the Bible. I take it very seriously. I just don't take it literally. I think religion itself is all about control. From the Vatican to the pulpits, the high places in the church. It is a matter of authoritative control, a form of religious tyranny. Now I consider myself a freedom fighter. I'm trying to get people free from the paranoia and the penalty of following these people who say it's our way or the highway.
So you heard a pastor. This is a black man, and he sat up there and told you, and this is somebody who practices. This is somebody who teaches. This is somebody who has a church, and he told you from his perspective, it is tyranny and control. This is why I sit up there and state that, a lot of times if I happen to state stuff, I understand that people aren't going to, go with what it is that I'm stating, which is completely cool. No problem with that. Right. Everybody, has their, opinions in a way that it is that they want to sit up there and move. No problem. Right. But you got a pastor that is here, somebody that literally does this, not somebody that just like thumbs through a Bible. This is somebody that teaches. This is somebody that goes through the Bible more than the average person, right? This is somebody that teaches and talks to flocks of people. And he is telling you that it is tyranny and it is used to control. This is the exact same thing that I sat up there and stated to people before. So I'm trying to figure out, if people are going to try to condemn, this pastor, if they're going to say that he is a liar, if people are going to say, well, you have proof of that in the Bible, what scripture say? I want to know if people are actually going to go through the whole line like they normally do and try to shut this pastor down and to try to prove him wrong. Because I didn't really see anything. I'm just trying to figure out, if people are going to sit up there and do it. Timothy said, oh, he's saying some watch your back stuff. Yeah. Because he's telling you like, yo, there's a hierarchy, and they basically let you know it's like either you believe what it is that we're telling you, or you just don't sit up there and it is what it is. Right? Because remember, these are the same people that sit up there and tell you that they got that lifeline to God. right? They're supposed to be the right hand of God, the Vatican, the church, and all of this, right? They sit up there and say that, yo, I'm the only one that has a connection to God. You don't have the direct connection to God. You can worship and do everything that you want to do. But I, as a pastor, as a priest, as a head, I'm the only one that has that line to God. And because I got that line to God, I have both the power and the will, right? Because somehow, some way, as they basically stated, God, gives them some type of power, so they can, put hands on people and cure, people being able to, make them walk again, and all of this other type of great stuff, right? All of these great feats. But yet, these are the same exact people that sit up there and tell you, like, yo, you better sit up there and make sure to donate to the church. You better give directly to us. You better make sure to sit up there and tithe. And, the only main question that I always had as a kid is, what does God need with physical money? Like I said, maybe it's a stupid question. Like I said, somebody can correct me in the comment section if I'm wrong. Maybe my line of thinking when it deals with God is incorrect. Maybe God is a full-fledged, physical being that is directly here, that we can all directly go to, within a building, shake hands, meet, dap up, eat food with. So, maybe God, in that sense does need the money, but that would not make sense, because for me, that would make it seem as though that God is broke, but God can't be broke because God made everything in money. So why would God need money if it's like, it doesn't make sense. It's a forever circle that doesn't make sense. God makes everything but needs money. But the person that made everything needs, like, what? Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Like I said, and that's a question that I had when I was younger. But then the main thing that people want to sit up there and state that, oh, you're supposed to, tithe and give to the church. What's the difference between me giving to the church versus me giving to somebody who is in need, like a homeless, or giving my money directly to a shelter? What's the difference? Is it less good? If I opt to give my money over to the church, right, I'm good. But if I opt to basically don't give it to the church and I give it to somebody that is actually in need, that I can see that is in need, that can actually benefit and use the money, that's bad. I'm just trying to make it make sense. That's all I'm trying to do. Like I said, I got questions. That's it. I got questions. Like I said, this is not me trying to persuade people to switch religions or all this stuff. I just have questions. That is it. Fanny G said, I remember a while back, one of the news reporters had talked crap about Diddy, and literally the next day he apologized for it. Yeah. Like I said, Diddy got power. People don't sit up there under, is Diddy? Yeah, take that. Diddy got motherfucking power out here. Like I said before, when you got hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions, you can do a lot. That's a lot of weight to sit up there and like move around. You can do a lot of stuff. You can throw a lot of money in places, and it's nothing to you because you can easily get that money again. It's nothing. Like I said, Diddy can do a lot of stuff if he really wanted to. He can really do a lot of stuff. But now, technically, going back to one of the previous ones, let me just highlight this again. This part right here, because I was, getting off topic just a small bit, slightly. Even though we're still dealing with like control, we're dealing with perception, a person's point of view and different things like that, right? So again, like I was saying before, on both channels before, I've done some things where I've advocated for women. I've talked about different things that women have to go through and face and see and all of these, types of things. And I told women before, and I'm talking about in general, told women before, like, hey, if y'all don't start checking a lot of these women who are misusing some of these things directly out there in order to get financial gain and financial benefit, it's going to be detrimental to women as a whole. So again, I'm going to go back to the main thing that women stated before, where women are like, oh, men, whenever, we come out to men and we try to tell them that this is what we go through because of them, and all of these bad things and these atrocities is because of them. The loss of life is because of them. They don't want to believe us and all. This is why there's a hard time in believing women. She literally stated in one day, she was like, yo, I'm bringing out a lawsuit. This is everything that you set up there and did to me. And it had a money sign attached to it. I think, what was it, like $30 million? And then they settled directly for an amount of money. More than likely, it was in the millions. They settled for an undisclosed sum of money. And that was it. You don't hear her coming out talking because more than likely she can't talk about this no more. So if she did have a plan on talking about it, the stipulation was probably about that you're never going to talk about or bring this up ever again, or else there's going to be some consequences. They're probably going to take her for everything, and I mean everything. So it's like, hey, you take this 30 or this amount of money, that these millions that we're going to give you because we know that you need it, because you seem to still be on drugs, you seem to still have problems, even though you're clear-cut married, you got a kid, and you're with a white guy right now. You should be completely fine and dandy, but obviously you're not. So you're coming here for money. So we got you. We're going to hand you this money, take your millions, shut up, and don't speak about this ever again. That's what they did. And you know what they did? They took the money and ran. So I'm trying to ask women out there, how as a guy am I supposed to go out here and believe women when they say that certain things are happening, when things like this happen, where women will come out here and then put a dollar sign on it? There was literally a dollar sign on it. This got settled in less than 24 hours. Notice what happened to Johnny Depp. How long that Johnny Depp trial go? That was for months, right? That was for months. And women were just going all online. Women from all over. Oh, Johnny Depp, he's this bad guy. Look at Amber Heard. She's this type of woman. She is so innocent. She is so beautiful. She would never do anything like that. They're lying on her. They're trying to set her up. How could Johnny ever do something like that? But nobody wanted to look at the pictures of Johnny Depp and his finger. What it is that Amber Heard basically did specifically to him, how it is that she was actually being abusive. None of these women wanted to sit up there and listen to those conversations of how condescending and verbally abusive that woman is. Nobody wanted to pay attention to that, but everybody wants to believe a woman because she's a woman. Okay. So like I said, how much of this am I supposed to sit up there and believe? Like, yeah, there is some stuff out there about Diddy that's quite questionable, that other people have basically talked about, that some people have not talked about. There is stuff directly, out there. But then you sit up there and learn and understand that you got somebody here that was, in a sense, addicted. They were said to have been given drugs and all of these things. They wanted to be a part of the entertainment industry. They wanted to specifically be there. There's actually a clip of Diddy and Cassie. Let me see if I can actually find that for y'all real quick. There should be a clip. I'm not sure if I kept it, but I'm going to sit up there and I got it real quick. Let me just showcase that. There's this clip, right? This is an old clip. So let me see. Start sharing this. Let me go over here. Wait. Is it supposed to be on? Let me see. Let me just hit stop sharing, right? Let me go through. Hit that. And let me do that one, right? So just look at Diddy's face when this question is being asked, right?
Is there anything that you may want to confess tonight before you go in?
I keep everything right here.
There you go.
Or right here.
Yeah. You angelic all the time? Question, is there anything that you may want to confess tonight before you go in?
I keep everything right here.
There you go.
Or right here.
Diddy did not have a pleasant face because Diddy did not know at that moment what it is that she was going to state. And I want to everybody to notice that was the same woman that put the lawsuit against him. This was a little bit of time ago, but she was asked that question at that moment in time on the red carpet in front of the whole world. She could have said anything she wanted to sit up there and say. She opted not to do it. You have women online basically stating right now, oh, how could you, this is what we're talking about with men. They always want to question, why didn't somebody speak? You don't know what a woman has to go through, has to face, and all of these things. And, everything takes time. So we're going to forget the fact that you went through something, right? And then you're going to stay quiet and allow other women and girls to basically go through the exact same things that you went through. You're stating that all of these atrocities that took place happened to you, which means that due to the fact that a person is not allegedly, these things happen, allegedly, right? These things happen. So you're going to basically mean that you're going to acknowledge that this shit happened. You're going to run from the situation, run from the guy that did it, and allow this guy to sit up there and be with other women, so that they can pretty much take your seat and take your turn and go through the same horrors and atrocities that you had to feel. And then women get mad when it is that men want to critique why it is that a woman didn't speak, so that these things can basically stop, so another woman wouldn't have to face these same things. But men questioning are the ones that's the problem. That's crazy to me. That's 100% crazy to me. And there's women online right now, they got TikTok, they got YouTubes and all of this shit, talking about it. Like, oh, men are the problem. You guys, feel that somebody should say something now instead of, yeah, somebody should be saying something now, so that somebody else's daughter don't have to sit up there and allegedly go through what it is that you sat up there and went through. But you opted to sit up there and stay quiet. You done got a whole house now. You done got a whole husband now. You got kids. And this is what happens? What happened? You were living happy for the longest point in time, and then all of a sudden it was like you just woke up and you was like, I have to tell the truth now. What? So you wanted to disrupt all of your happiness that you have right now in the basic life that you have, the life that you wanted, in order to basically do this and to have your name directly in the limelight. Nobody, let me just make everybody understand, to be very clear. Nobody was focused on this woman. Nobody was talking about this woman. That her name was nowhere to be mentioned or to be found realistically online up until this point. People got to ask questions. That's all I'm sitting up there saying. People got to ask questions. Like I said, I do believe victims, but I have problems when I start to see money is attached to quote unquote being a victim. It's a problem. And then for the simple fact that this was settled in less than 24 hours, wow. Nobody's questioning that? Nobody? All right. Like I said, I guess men are going to be the bad guy for questioning and wanting to get a full understanding of a lot of the things that pertain around these situations. Like I said, it gets to a point in time where the minority are the loudest ones out here with the loudest voices that try to tell everybody else to shut up. So you got a lot of women out here who are in the minority, but they're the loudest voices out here telling every other guy to shut up and just believe women whenever they say that something happened. Just believe them. No matter what anybody says, just believe the woman because she's a woman. And I'm like, huh? Where we do that at? How'd that happen? Like, no critical thinking. We're not doing any type of investigation. We're not looking at any evidence. We're not looking at any history here. We're just supposed to believe somebody because they're a woman. And we're supposed to just believe somebody because they said that they wanted to speak out now. Versus all the other years that they basically could have sat up there and came out and said something in order to save a lot of hurt and pain from other women having to suffer. Okay. And this is why I sit up and say that there's no such thing as a sisterhood. It is a fallacy. It does not exist. Because if women actually cared about other women, they would make sure that the men out there that have caused emotional harm and trauma specifically to them or abused them would never be able to do it again. They would make sure that the dudes are prosecuted. They would speak up on it pronto so that somebody else's daughter wouldn't have to sit up there and take their place. But again, men are the question. Men are the problem, right? Gail said, "Watch the husband take half. And it'll be a come up for him. I wouldn't even be mad. I would not even be mad, because remember the story that I gave to y'all not too long ago where it was a woman where she sat up there and poisoned her boyfriend with antifreeze because he was coming into an inheritance of about $30 million and he was going to break up with her. She caught wind that he was going to break up with her. And she basically felt that because they were in a relationship, they weren't in a marriage, but they were in a relationship for a certain amount of time. She felt that she deserved that money. She felt that that money was hers. So she poisoned that man with antifreeze and killed him. So the only person that's left is basically his son to inherit that money, because that's usually how it goes. If the parent is basically gone, the inheritance will go to the next in line, which is like the children. He only has one son. Right? Like I said, it's a, like I said, it is what it is. That dude that is married to have a child with her, he'll be on the come up, and he will get part of that money, because I promise you, he's more than likely, if they are to break up, he's probably going to take that child as well. He'll be like, yeah, you ain't about to get this with the history. Like I said, he probably knows some stuff about her too. And if court ever has to play out, he is going to be the worst enemy she wished she never had. Like I said, people don't learn, people don't understand, but they will understand soon enough. But moving away from that, I want to next go into this video dealing with Egypt, right? Everybody likes to sit up there and say, oh, Gail Jones, you said it's 2 children. Oh, it's over. Oh, it's going to be curtains for that millions. Yeah, Timothy said you can't inherit nothing when you locked up. Yeah, that's facts. You can't. That's bars. She ain't getting, that woman ain't getting none of that money. Ain't none of that money. She ain't getting nothing. Like I said, she in there with the dummy face, deer in headlights. Like, oh my God, I got prosecuted? I'm a woman. My millions of dollars. It's curtains for you, sweetheart. Like, that money wasn't for you. That was from his bloodline. You are not his bloodline. You ain't inheriting or getting none of that money. You might have been with him, but that don't mean that you deserve that money. That don't mean nothing. Now you done left his son fatherless. Good job, champ. All over money. Like I said, like, yo, oh man, like I said, my condolences to that dude and condolences to his son. That's something that shouldn't have happened. But this is what happens when you got greed, when all people can just so happen to see is money. So we got this video right here that basically deals with Egypt. And you got some people here that wants to, put out, their take on the spin that always happens, that whenever it deals with Egypt, you got people that always want to say that, oh, it was aliens that built it. There's no way that there's 2 things here that I'm going to go over. They'll like to say that, oh, it's no way that Africans built this because Egypt was so advanced, the way that they built this, the architecture, the math and everything. There's no way that, black people, that Africans did it. This had to be, built by aliens. The information had to be given to them by aliens. There's no other way to answer it, right? Because they were more advanced than the Europeans. So in order for them to conceptualize how it is that they were this advanced more than them, because they feel that they are the masters of the universe, have understanding of everything, know everything, that they are God, they have to basically put this type of theme directly down there. But the other thing that I find funny is that you have a lot of Arab people that will state that Egypt is not, black, right? That they are the originators of Egypt. All of this is basically their history. But when it is that people happen to say that Egypt was built by aliens, you don't hear them really saying that. You don't hear them basically stating that, oh no, our people basically built it. We as the Arab, or the indigenous people here, it was our people with our scientific knowledge and our know-how and our mathematics, with our concepts. We're the one that basically conceptualized and built this. You don't hear them making that argument at all. And I'm like, that's a little bit weird. But let's get into the video.
That looked too black. White people started separating Egypt from Africa as if it was 2 different places. White people started making Egyptians look white. And then when people started pointing out that Egyptians were in fact African, they started trying to make it seem like the pyramids were built by aliens, because they did not want the modern white world to know how advanced the African culture was.
Do you know why they won't teach us the history of Egypt? After you have shackled and enslaved a people, branded, castrated, lynched, burned, and tortured them, You called them 3/5 of a man, subspecies, an ape, a monkey, and a general inferior creation. How can we then admit that they are our teachers and the ones who gave us civilization? How can we admit that we descended from Greece and from Rome, and that Greece and Rome stole everything they knew from Egypt? You know that white people used to worship black deities. Negroes were first worshipped in Greece and Rome. White masses bowed down to black deities. The rites of Apollo were founded by Delphos and his Negro mother Melinus, and the worship of Black Isis and Horus were popular in Rome and the Roman colonies as far north as Britain. It was actually, in ancient Rome, it was actually common for the Romans to make fun of their own gods, but to worship and respect Horus and Isis, which, by the way, Madonna and Jesus. But we'll get to that, because the worship of Black Isis and Horus existed as far north as Britain, but eventually this evolved into the worship of the Black Madonna and the Black Christ. Christian whites also bowed down to them. Negroes, as was said, were deified in early Greece. They appeared as gods in Greek mythology. The chief title of Zeus, the greatest of the Greek gods, was Ethiops, which means black. The earliest of gods and messiahs on all continents were black. We have found the black complexion or something relating to it whenever we have approached the origin of nations. The alma mater, the goddess, the founder of the oracles, the Memnon, or the first idols, always black. The pyramids, by the way. The faces on the pyramids, they chipped the noses away so it would be less apparent. They were black too. Thus, the oracles at Dodona and the Apollo at Delphi were founded by the black doves. Orpheus and his bull were black. All the gods and goddesses of Greece were black. At least it wasn't the case with Jupiter, Bacchus, Hercules, Apollo, Ammon. The goddesses Venus, Isis, Hecate, Juno, Metis, Circe, Sibyl were black. And the first gods in antiquity were black. Zeus, Apollo, Sirius, Isis, Buddha, Horus, they just keep going. In the Bible, the ancient days God was described as having hair like the pure wool. The earliest deities were woolly-haired Negroes. Their peppercorn hair was a sign of divinity. Did you know that the Pope's private chapel has a black Jesus in it?
So you were able to hear all of that. And I specifically froze it on this part here where you clearly see a black Madonna and a black baby Jesus. This is something that you will frequently see over in European areas. In America, they won't show you this. In America, they'll never have this in their churches. You're not really going to see a church that will have this image specifically up there. But yet the Pope, let me just try to go back real quick. Right? You got the Pope kneeling down to a black Madonna and a black baby Jesus. This is the highest of the highest of the highest when it comes to the church. Kneeling down to very, very melanated people. But like I said, nobody wants to question and pay attention to anything. And then when you showcase a lot of this, then people want to turn around and move the goalpost. They want to be like, oh, well, why does it matter if it's okay, the information is there, but what does that matter? What does that mean? Jesus is still Jesus. Why does the color of the person basically, everything matters. Everything matters. Like I said, everything is hidden for a specific reason. Somebody once stated that the reason why scientists and anthropologists and archaeologists, they stopped digging was because the deeper they dug, the blacker it got. And we're not talking about darkness. We're not talking about shadows. We're not talking about lack of light. We're talking about the simple fact that they started to notice and find out that you started to understand that black people were all over these places before they got there. They have the information about this stuff, but they're not going to specifically put out this information because then that's going to flip all of the teachings that everybody has gotten for the last 100+ years on its head. because people will soon realize that a lot of the things that they know and understand are complete lies. And then when you figure that out, then you'll start to look at the system of as a whole. And you'll start to see other, holes and different things of that nature within there as well. So again, this is why I sit up there and state that everything matters. Everything matters. Information matters. The moment in time that you want to disregard this information because of your feelings, you're automatically making yourself stupid. You're automatically making yourself more ignorant. Like I said, it makes no sense. It makes no sense. Makes zero sense. Right? So shout out to Black Aliens XYZ for that video that they got up there on IG. Y'all can go through and also hit that person up, subscribe directly to them. They got a plethora of other videos, as well up there with, tons of information and, things that people, should happen to question and take a look, directly at. So we're going to go directly to the next video here, and it's going back to the Bible. We already touched on the church quite a few times. You had a black pastor talking about the church is basically tyranny and control. You see the Pope here kneeling down to a black Madonna and a baby Jesus. Now we're going to go over to the Southern way, and we're going to have a cowboy give us some information.
Been telling me, hey man, the Bible's been changed. There's stuff missing from it. And I said, nah, you joking. Well, they said Matthew 17, verse 21 ain't there in the Bible anymore. Someone took it out. I said, you full of it. So come over here. Come over here and take a look. This is Matthew 17, and we're going to go 19. There's 20, because your little faith, okay. It's got to be right after that, verse 21. Verse 22. There's no 21. So I told myself, let's go get an old Bible. Get an old 1800s Bible. Matthew 17, 21. And what do you know? Here's chapter 17, verse 21. Howbeit this kind goeth not out but by prayer and fasting. So somebody changed the Bible, and then I found out there's tons of verses that have been changed and are missing and are added to the Bible. How can we trust this book?
So this is, again, why I have so many questions when it deals with the Bible. He literally showed you two different Bibles, right? He showed you a current Bible, and then he gave you an older. You saw how thick that book was? That's not something that was like written like that. That's an old. Let me scroll back to that. Let me show you the thickness, right? Let's see if we can go back to it. Let me try to capture that. Right? That is a thick Bible. Old school thick Bible. Look at that. Thick. Nobody in a church is carrying around a Bible that thick with that many pages. Let me repeat this one more time. Nobody in a church of today is walking around, going to a church, carrying a Bible that thick. You don't even see pastors having and carrying Bibles that thick. This man can't even wrap his hand around the full backing of that book. That's how thick it is. But then magically, that book is so thick, but yet the books that everybody else preaches from, they eat and breathe from, is not even of that same thickness. So what information is missing? What information is not there? What verses are missing that they erased? And what did they basically ad-lib? Right? Because remember, the book is supposed to be the Word of God. How is it the Word of God when we don't even have the complete book? I'm just asking the question. How is it the Word of God when you got so many different versions of the book? Everybody is like, oh, I look at I don't look at the New Testament. I look at the Old Testament. I look at the King James. I look at this. I look at like it's crazy to me. I remember sitting up there and hearing people like literally debate over the Bibles, which one is better, the New or the Old Testament, in churches. And I'm like, this is really a debate. I thought everything was just supposed to be about the Word of God. Now y'all sound like Democrats and Republicans. I'm like, what's going on here? Now everybody sounding like Bloods and Crips. It's like, yo, we go with the Old Testament. No, we go with the New Testament over here. Word, that's what we doing. We got Bible gangs now, old versus new. That's what we doing. That's all. Like I said, I just have questions because stuff ain't adding up. How is it that anybody is getting the real information when you don't even have like the original book, when you don't even have the full book? This dude, that book right there might not even be a full book either. But that book looks like it has way more pages of information than any of the standard issue Bibles that you see today in a church. Timothy said that's why they keep Bibles on the podium, because they're too big and heavy. You know, the funniest thing is, though, that when you look at a lot of these pastors, when they're sitting up there talking, sometimes they don't even have a Bible. Sometimes they got a teleprompter. So it's like you got a lot of pastors that don't even have Bibles. And if they do have a Bible that is technically large, that's an older church, and that's usually an older person tending to do that. That's why I'm talking about the stuff of now. And again, even when I was sitting up there going to church, none of my pastors had Bibles like that. At the podium, they didn't have Bibles like that. It was like, everybody pull out your Bible. And it would be the same exact Bible. The reason it had to be the same exact Bible is what I learned directly when I went to private school. Because the pastor would have one Bible, and then you would have a completely different Bible. So then when the pastor is reading, you're trying to sit up there and follow, you can't fully follow the pastor because the words in your Bible are different than what the pastor's sitting up there reading from his Bible. So we're getting mixed messages here. We're not even looking at the same words. We're not even trying to understand the same. It's different things. So again, how is it possible that there's a whole book or a full understanding when people aren't even getting the full information? Timothy said reading the Bible used to be a huge achievement. Now it's mediocre pastime. Yeah. At a point in time, it was like, yo, if you had like those old Bibles, like, yo, you were really studying. Like you ain't really doing that now. It's easy work. It is easy work to go through the little pages that they got in the Bibles of now. It's easy work. All of the words ain't even there. All the scriptures ain't even there. And then I'm not going to, and then again, if we're going to talk about, books and trying to get a full well-rounded story, then we're going to go into, you can look at the whole thing. I'm not going to deep dive into it, but you can look into the book of Enoch. Right? Everybody believes. Now, let me make this very clear. Everybody believes in God. And almost technically everybody believes in the devil. Some people just believe in God and don't believe the devil exists. And I'm like, usually there's, a good and a bad. That's usually how it works, right? There's night and there's day, there's sunny days, there's stormy days, there's day and there's night, stuff like that, right? But everybody believes in God, and for a general sense, everybody believes in God and the devil, right? But then magically, when you want to throw the book of Enoch directly into the conversation, this is when people want to be like, no, you're going too far. That's full of like sorcery and magic and stuff that doesn't make sense. How? So you're fine with a little bit of descriptions that they give you. But when it deals with the book of Enoch, they're sitting up there telling you how the angels actually look. And they're telling you it's not anything that is so awesomely angelic as they basically give you in the child's version of the Bible that we have today. Like they normally tell us, like, hey, the angels, they got wings. They carry swords, they got, armor, and they have, human faces, or however it is that they want to sit up there and state, right? When you go through the book of Enoch, they tell you of the different tiers of angels. And when you read the description of how some of these angels or these guards basically look, it's like something out of a horror film. It's like the shit, it don't even make sense. So I understand why it is that religious people basically run from it, because it starts to screw up their understanding of, God and everything looking this certain pristine and nice type of, I get it. I get it. But like I said before, it's like, but we're supposed to have a full story. We're supposed to be well-rounded. We can't be well-rounded if we run away from all the information. We only selectively cherry pick certain information that is, edible, that we can digest. I'm just saying, like I said, I got questions. That's it. That's the only thing that I basically have. Just questions. That's it. Because again, stuff, don't make sense. It ain't been making sense to me for the longest time possible. I just still got the same questions. And when I've talked to set up there and had conversations with pastors and everything like that, I don't really get the answers of anything. Don't really get those answers. And these are supposed to be the hands of God, the right hands. All of this. Right? Everybody basically preaches and speaks of the word of God from the Bible and know the scriptures. But let's throw the book of Enoch in there and let's see how all of that knowledge basically stacks up. Let's see where everybody's going to go with that in their understanding. Let's see how all of that falls in line. It's going to dismantle and mess up a lot of things. Just saying. DSA1, what is up? What is up? What is up? What is up? Tippy said, I have it on my phone. I'm on Leviticus, so I'm reading a wrong version. I don't know what to tell you, Tippy. Like I said, this is why I have questions. Like I said, I don't have a problem. I get it. Everybody needs something to believe in. I have no problem with that. I just have an issue when it is that people try to portray it as like this is like the only way. This is the definitive way to basically read this. Like I said, all of my life, I had one portion of time, people were like, yeah, if you read, you better read the Old Testament and know the Old Testament. Anything else is complete BS. Then they started going into, skip the Old Testament. That is the Old Testament. We're on the New Testament. That's the only thing that matters, yada, yada, yada. And then it went to, we're on a New King James Version. Skip the Old Testament or New Testament. It's all about the New King James Version. That is the only thing that you need to sit up there. It's like, it doesn't make sense. I could have sworn it was just to understand God, to look through the stories and to, try to mirror that in your life so that the previous things that others have done before you, right? You don't necessarily go down that road because you already got somebody that did it. So if they did it, they're showing you the outcome. They're writing about the outcome. They're telling you the outcome. It's like, hey, don't do it. Right? It's like if a crackhead sat up there and told you, don't do crack. Crack is whack. Crack is bad for you. But then you still go out there and decide to do crack. And then you find out, you fuck around and find out. You didn't have to fuck around and find out if somebody already basically told you, don't fuck around and find out. Right? But here we are. And like I said, people got different versions of these Bibles. So how is it possible for anybody to be on the same page when you're still not even on the same page? Like what are we doing here? How are you properly teaching anybody? Nobody can directly follow anything because words are written differently. The scriptures are written differently. The pronunciations of stuff is vastly different. So then when they try to condense and they rewrite all of this stuff, they still screw up stuff because they leave stuff out. They subtract stuff. They rewrite stuff. Or they just completely erase it. And I'm like, that's crazy. How do you erase the word of God from his book? How does that happen? How do you omit the words of God from a book? How? Like I said, I just got questions. I don't know. It's just me. It's just me. I just got questions. Clark said, people don't believe in magic, but it's in the Bible. King Saul went to a witch of Endor, and she conjured up a spirit for him to communicate with instead of seeking advice from God. Like I said before, people will take and pick from the Bible what it is that they want to believe, what they feel is applicable versus what is not, what is believable and what is not. There's a lot of stuff in the Bible that I read. I'm like, word, this actually happened? Huh? And I'm like, all right, yeah, y'all said it happened, so it happened, right? You're a kid, so you're gonna believe what it is because at that time you're so automatically scared because the way that they teach you in schools is that, if you question God, if you question the Bible, he's going to strike you down. If you ever throw a Bible on the ground or anything like that, you're going to get struck down. Like God is going to really come after you. Like you better not even have the thought, right? That's basically how they train you by placing fear directly inside of you. Right. But like I said, people are free to, do whatever it is that they sit up there and do. All I'm saying is I just got questions, and I'll just, always have questions up until, I get answers that logically make sense. And at this point in time, nothing is logically making sense. So we're going to go to the very next video that has to do with a whole apartment complex getting evicted. I've never seen this before. I've seen some people get evicted. I've been in those circumstances where notices have popped up directly, on the door throughout, my life being with family and stuff. I've directly been there, but I've never been to an extent of seeing something like this.
Let's see, I've never seen them put a whole apartment complex out. They didn't put a whole apartment complex out. See, I'm the only one living in this bitch. Matter of fact, come to think about it.
Now, you heard what the brother said. Now, from what he said, he was like, yo, I'm the only one basically, living here. And he was laughing about it. I'm like, yeah, that's not really too good, because if you don't got no neighbors, if you don't got nobody else living there, you're automatically going to be a target. So when copper thieves and different things like that come in and trying to, tear up the walls and get the electrical, wires, because they got copper in there, because they get paid per pound, they start stripping the wires out of the apartments, and then they start going for some of the copper pipes if they got them, because normally buildings now, they got the PVC pipes or whatever it is, that they got the plastic instead of the copper. When they start going through all of that, they're going, oh, somebody is still here. All right, let's wait until let's look out for a minute. Let's see how he basically moves, and we can time, when it is that we want to go directly into his house. And that's what they'll sit up there and do. Like I said, this ain't a laughing matter. This ain't nothing good at all. Like, realistically, you might want to sit up there and think about potentially moving, because it ain't too safe for you to actually be there if you're literally the only person there. Like, you're not going to have nobody to shout out to if anybody is doing anything. If somebody's coming to rob you, there is not going to be like, no, help. There ain't nobody in that complex. You got a complex, of course, across the way, but ain't nobody about to, jump over that brick wall like Captain America or LeBron just to come over there to see what's going on. They're going to look, they're going to hear, and they might call the police, if even that. So, like I said before, people got to have backup plans. That's the main thing here. People need to have backup plans in both things. The guy needs to have a backup plan, finding another place to stay. And, other people might need to have a backup plan just in case things might be getting a little bit tight. And it seems like, you might get put out. Have a direct backup plan there, so that you don't have to have your stuff thrown directly out. Because I understand and know how embarrassing that is. Because I lived in a complex where I seen the people come through and they just started throwing, people's stuff out on the lawn. Like, they did not care. They weren't carefully just doing it. They just came in there and they just started tossing stuff on the grass. And I'm like, wow. I'm like, this is what we do to other human beings. I'm like, this is what we're not going to care about any of their stuff at all. It's like, all right. I'm like, and that's crazy. And for the people that literally take the job because they find fulfillment and happiness in basically throwing somebody's stuff out like that, I'm just going to let you know, you're not that far from that exact same thing happening to you. You're not that far from also getting treated like trash or being out there on the street. So like I said, for a lot of people that take any type of fulfillment or enjoyment of doing stuff like that, where they just get to go inside of people's houses and they just flinging their stuff out there, breaking it, always note that you're 2 steps away from being on the streets. Everybody at this moment in time, if you are middle class and poor, you are 2 steps away from being out there on the streets. I've been saying this for over like 4 years, and people don't hear me. People don't understand. But like I said, people will. So the next video that we're going to roll directly into, let me see if I can actually get it. We're going to hop directly over to Jamaica. Shout out to Black Culture News. The title of the video is "Excursion Boat Carrying 144 Passengers Started Sinking Minutes After Heading into the Ocean in the Bahamas." I was incorrect. I said Jamaica. This is the Bahamas. So let's just take a look directly at this video and see what is transpiring.
Sinking. So that's fun. Everybody's freaking out. sinking. I'm on the top floor of a ferry.
So we see the end result, right? This is the end result. You see, it was at one point in time, it was completely standing up in the water, and now it is completely sinking into the waters. Sort of reminds you of the Titanic, doesn't it? And you saw the white dude, he was over there on the cell phone. That man was chilling. Let me roll back to that. That man was chilling. Let me see if I can find that dude real quick. Let me just go back to him. Not the dude in the water. Let me see. Should be over here. Let me just mute this real quick. Let this play. Yeah, hold on. I don't know why she skipped over that dude. That man right there, he was just chilling. Look at that. Dude was just over there chilling. He was like, all right, boat's going down. It's all cool. I really feel like that man was rolling up. He was like, all right, the boat going down. Let me just roll up something real quick before I get into this water. And we're going to start swimming over to the other boat. That is crazy. Everybody else got, and this dude has not one life preserver on. He is not freaking out. This man is as cool as a cucumber. Everybody that is freaking out. Let me show you that real quick. Now, no, that man didn't have on a life preserver, right? But then when we scroll over, right? You got people jumping in the water. Let me see. Hold on. Let me go back. Right? Got her looking at the water. Skim over towards him. You see everybody over there freaking out. Right? Let me go back there. Look at that. Everybody hanging on for dear life, freaking out. And everybody got life preservers on. All of these people got life preservers. You got the black dude in the orange shirt. He got his foot up like that's going to help him like prop up the boat. Like, yo, let me put my foot here. That's going to keep me from like going down in the water. Bruh, it's only a matter of time. The whole ship is sinking. Your side is not going to be the only side left. That is not how stuff works. But like I said, this is why, certain things are very important. Also, I heard supposedly in the story, somebody can, look that up to verify. I heard supposedly one person passed away on that boat, when this in a sense took place in the Bahamas. If that is the case, my condolences to that person's family and, to the people that might have witnessed that taking place. Because I know that is going to be an experience that is going to stay with those people for a very long time. That is something that you're never going to sit up there and forget. Like I said, my condolences to all of those people involved. There should be a major lawsuit that is going to take place with whoever owns this boat. There's going to be a huge lawsuit. There's going to be 144 people that are going to be sitting up there soon. If there's not, I got questions. There needs to be a lawsuit. I don't know who runs the company, who owns it, but go all the way up to the ranks to see who is the big pockets, who owns this. You go after those pockets. You go after those people. Because at no point in time should you sit up there and get on a boat, on a trip, on a vacation, and a boat starts sinking. That's an automatic lawsuit. Because very easily, you could have been the one to sit up there and lose your life. Yo, brother Sly, what is up? What is going on? Timothy said, talk about cool under pressure. Yeah, that dude was he was chilling. Timothy said, swim for it. This ain't no Jack and Rose situation. Brother Slide, what is up, man? What is happening? What is going on? What is going on? What's another one that I want to sit up there and showcase? I got another video here. I forgot what this one is. Oh, this goes into the effect of how was the saying goes? Everybody, wants our music, but nobody wants our blues, right? I'm paraphrasing, right? It might not be correct, but y'all pretty much gather and get what it is I'm saying. This is again coming by way of Black Culture News. African hair transformation, but yet the people in the video are not African. Technically I can talk over this because they have music. So we're literally seeing an Asian man. I think this is probably in Japan. You're looking at an Asian man, in a sense, have straight hair. And then they sit up there and perm his hair in order for it to be curly, because people got to understand, for Black people, our hair is naturally curly. So what ends up taking place is that we get our hair permed, it straightens our hair. When people who have straight hair gets their hair permed, it turns it curly. It's two different things. It's a different thing that takes place, right? So you saw him, they put like the perm and all that other type of stuff in his hair, the chemicals and whatnot. It got his hair into a curly fro-like shape. So then in order to, get it to where it needs to be, they started using, that type of sponge that they got that Black dudes, was using at a point in time on short hair to basically have their hair like, coil up. That's exactly what he did. So like I said, it's very funny how a lot of people want to say that Black is bad and all this other type of stuff, but then they turn around and they cherry pick certain things from the culture in order to basically add it into theirs. But then if I turn around and I decide that I want to sit up there and be, let's say like an anime, I want to dress up as like an anime character or something like that, right? Or if maybe I want to be speaking an Asian language or whatnot or whatever, you have a lot of people sit up there and like, yo, why are you trying to sit up there and like be Japanese? Why are you trying to talk Japanese? Like you're not Japanese. Like why you doing X, Y? Like you have a lot of people that'll literally like come out of the blue and want to question you and say a whole bunch of stuff, right? But yeah, this is what happens. Like I said, I have people that question me about my name. It's like, yo, why? It's like you say that you're Black, but your name is Japanese. Like if you're really proud of who it is that you are, then you would make something that identifies with that and not use somebody else's culture. I can do whatever the fuck I want to sit up there and do. If I felt in the time that I made this name back in 2006, I still got the what's name and everything. If I go through all of the names that I made a multitude of names, right? And that was back when I was in high school. So this is a name that was a long time coming. I just didn't really know that I was going to be using it to this extent. But like I said before, I do the things that I want to sit up there and do. Don't make me in and us Black. I just wanted to sit up there and use it because I thought that it was cool. Something that I came up with, that I sat up there and made, that I specifically identified with because I looked at my Japanese dictionary. I put together a nickname that I had given to by way of me to my friends, from my friends, and I put that in the Japanese format also during the time I was taking Japanese. So that's what I did. That's what I did. Timothy says Seiji is Japanese. I thought it was just a name. No, it's Japanese. Seiji Hito is Japanese. My friends used to call, I think I said this in like every now and again in different live streams. My friends used to call me Political Man. So I took that and I looked it up in my Japanese dictionary and I took both words, political and man, and I found Seiji and I found Hito. And I put that together. That's what I did. So that is how I came through, directly with that name. I think other than this name, I might have had about 10 other names that I never used that were like one-off type names. And then it's like, once you start saying it over and over again to yourself, the name might sound kind of stupid. I'm like, yeah, that name kind of sounds stupid. Let me not even sit up there and use that. Let me not even use that on Xbox. Let me just not do that. Right. And that was, also from like the Pokemon phase and, and stuff like that. It was a whole bunch of stuff, but, yeah, like I said, it's a difference when somebody does some stuff because they're trying to learn about a culture and understand a culture, and they like, you know, the culture. Complete difference versus somebody basically coming through and trying to demonize the culture and the people, but then cherry pick and take certain things that they find is good. It's a complete difference. Like I said, normally black people will sit up there and in order to show love to a culture or a culture that they technically feel like they identify with, a lot of people, a lot of black people, well, I'm not going to say a lot. You have a nice minority that identify with anime, right? A lot of people love and know about anime, and then it starts to go into different sections. You got the normal, which don't care about sub or dub, and then you got the purists that are like, I only, you know, look at the sub of the anime. That's the only way. If it's not in in the sub, I can't sit up there and do it, right? That, which means that they basically are trying to hear just like the Japanese voice actors, right? The way that it was originally made. And you got other people that are also like, I don't look at anime and I just purely read the manga. That is the truest form. Anything else is not, right? And you got these two, you know, sections basically battling over the exact same thing and trying to gatekeep, which makes zero sense because again, it's not your culture. It's usually the westernized individuals. Like I'm going to just point it towards the black community because I know about the black community. When you look in the black community, you look at the anime area, it's usually the international fans that includes black people that try to gatekeep Japanese culture, that try to gatekeep Asian culture. And I'm like, how the fuck do you do that? Like, this culture is not even yours. And you're trying to be a front guard. You're trying to be some type of like a protector and say that who can do this and who can do that, or you're doing this wrong and you're not doing this right. It's completely crazy. Like I said, when you go online and you basically see black people doing this, you just got a lot of questions. You got a lot of questions and you got no answers at all. At all. Yo, we got the Boulder in the building, said anime and manga fans. Yeah. And it gets even worse when you dive it a little bit deeper and you take it into like the anime area. I'm sorry, not the cosplay area when it deals with anime. It gets worse. Oh, it gets so ugly in there. There's a girl that I think I'm hooked up to her Patreon because I subscribed to support her. I found her on Twitter. It's a black girl. I think she's like over. I'm not sure if she's in America or Europe, but it's a black girl. She does her own twist on anime. Like the anime she likes, she basically reimagines it as her, like in her own realm, right? And you got, when she puts out her artwork and stuff directly online, you'll specifically have people coming through leaving the most nastiest messages. She showcased some of the messages on from like IGs and from her Twitters and stuff that she would get from the work that she does. And I'm like, this is crazy. I'm like, this is her reimagined version of this. This is her putting herself in that world, her point of view of how it would look, right? From her perspective, right? And it's just the most nonsensical, racist, disgusting messages that you can even conceive in your mind that she would receive. So I decided, I'm like, yo, I'm just going to, in order to show, you know, my support and love for what it is that you're doing as a person that, you know, used to draw and stuff. I'm like, yo, I got you on Patreon. I'm going to sit up there and subscribe to you on there. I got you. Right. But like I said, this is the type of stuff that is completely crazy. And then on top of that, you'll even have some black people that'll be like, you can't be this character because this character ain't black. So what are you doing? I'm like, bro, shut up. I'm like, who are you right now? I'm like, man, and this also goes back to the former teachings that I told y'all before about how a lot of beliefs are basically passed down and people are indoctrinated and they're taught certain things. So because you got a lot of black people that are indoctrinated and they were taught that them being black and everything is not a great thing, not a beautiful thing, this is when, and then when you in turn have black people that are like, yo, I want to be this anime character that I love, that, you know, I basically like, I admire, and, you know, I grew up with them and stuff. And then you got other black people that want to get like, you can't be this character. You can't be Goku. Goku ain't black. You can't be Vash the Stampede. Vash ain't black. You can't be Spike from Cowboy Bebop. Spike ain't black. It's like, man, it's like, it is so jacked up out here. It's crazy. It is so jacked up. So jacked up. Like, man, it is so jacked up. So then, right, we're going to go into, we already went over the Death Angel. We already went over her. We already went over Jaguar, right? So now this brings me to the coup de grace. The coup de grace, right? So it said that I might mispronounce the whole name. I'm just going to go with Akini, right? The moment actress Akini Umenwa goes to her knees as gospel singer Moses Bliss surprises her at her wedding ceremony. So this is the reason that I got to bring this up. I'm just going to make this very clear. I don't care how this sounds. If at any moment in time I had enough money and I sat up there and I got my wife, right? We're getting married. So, my wife is there and I sat up there and got her favorite male artist to basically sing directly to her because, hey, you want to sit up there and do something nice. This is a wedding day. This is a day to sit up there and remember. You want to make this very special for the person. And I got her, the singer, and my wife decided to sit up there. The first thing that she was going to do is get directly on her knees, hugging this man on her waist. I'm throwing my ring directly down and we're getting a divorce. We will have a wedding that day, and we will have a divorce in the next few hours. But in order for y'all to understand what I'm saying, I think I muted this because the music was playing. Oh, no. I think I initially already muted it, right? So you see this, right? So the husband, hold on, let me pause it. So the husband, let me go back to this, right? So this is the bride. She is with her husband, right? She's wearing a dress. The husband is in his tux. He's looking nice to the nine. Right? So then we sit up there and start rolling. You see Moses Bliss, he comes out and she leaves her husband. The husband was trying to grab her. She runs directly over to the singer and she is on her knees. Hold on, let me pause this. If this man does not get a divorce from this woman, I don't know what to say. This is shameful. This is shameful. At no point in time, like I said before, this is when guys sit up there and try to tell women, it's like, yo, we expect y'all to sit up there and act accordingly. We expect you to know how to act within yourself. This is a woman that does not know how to act. This is who he decided to get married to. This is a very embarrassing situation. This woman, his bride, his wife, he swore an oath to protect, to love in sickness and health. She is on her knees at the wedding in front of friends and family for a singer. She has her arms around his waist. Excuse me. What are you doing? Is this the honeymoon? Like what are we doing right now? And to literally go through the comment section of the video and you got women like not really saying, come on, son. This is what guys be talking about. This is what guys be talking about. You as a woman, let me just be real for a minute. I don't care how sexist this sounds. The only person that a woman should be getting on her knees for is her husband. Let me just reiterate that. The only person a wife, fiance should be getting on her knees for is her husband. At no point in time should you be a woman getting on your knee. Your husband is literally right there a few feet. You're getting on your knees for a singer. You got your hands around his waist. Man, what are you doing? You can feel the heat coming directly off of his testicles. What are you doing? You know the temperature in his pants. What are you doing? What are you doing? But when men sit up there and call this out, oh, you're being misogynistic and all this other, you're just being insecure. Just say that you want to be a hoe. Just say that you want to be a hoe. Just say that your husband is not the good enough for you to just have him just as a husband. You need to get on your knees for somebody else. Just say that. Just say that you want to be out here just hoeing around. Just say that. Just say that. I wish that more women would just be honest instead of trying to beat around the bush. I just wish that more women would sit up there and be honest. Because to advocate for this type of nonsense right now is completely bewildering. It is ridiculous. It is nonsensical. You got a pack of idiots out here on social media advocating for this nonsense. So then what? So then he's supposed to have a daughter, and his daughter's going to turn around and do the same thing the mom did. The daughter's going to copy whatever the mom does. So if the daughter sees the mom doing this, she thinks that it's going to be okay for her to sit up there and do it. Like I said before, I'm not sure if this dude checked his wife's credentials before he got married to her, because obviously her credentials are for the streets. Because she got on her knees like it was her job. She got on her knees like she was in Dubai. Like she was getting paid from a sheik. Like, this is ridiculous. But like I said, though, this, I guess she's on her knees for Jesus, right? So let's let me unpause it. So you see the husband there. Now he has to just like sit down there, right? He gotta let people know, like, all right, this is my wife, and you see him like he's just trying to figure things out, right? He's sitting there. This is what embarrassment looks like. This is what embarrassment looks like. Because let me explain something. He can't get mad at the singer because the singer didn't sit up there and do this. The singer's not going to sit up there and put hands on a wife trying to get her to get up. That's not his job. That's the job of the husband. That's the job of like the father or the brother. What other male relatives that are there, it is their job to stand her the fuck up so that she does not appear as an embarrassment to the family, because she is an embarrassment to the family and to the last name at this moment in time. She is literally at the wedding in front of her husband on her knees with her hands wrapped around a strange man's waist, gauging the temperature off of his nuts. I'm not sure how else I can sit up there and say this, because this shit right here don't make sense. But like I said before, this is where that culture is starting to get. So how women sit up there and say, oh, I can be married and I can still do whatever it is that I want. I can be married and I can still be independent and all that other type of shit. This is where that culture is going. This is where that culture basically gets you. This is what the fuck that looks like. Where a married woman on her wedding day in front of her husband is on her knees in front of another man, ready to sit up there and give the Glock 3000, the slippery and the sloppiest out there. Like I said, she got down there like it was her job. Ain't nobody beg her, ain't nobody ask her. She got that dress, she moved it to the side, and she was about to go to work. And now this man got to sit there in embarrassment. He got to fiddle with his hands, fiddle with his thumbs. Again, he can't put hands on a male singer because that's not the male singer part. And yet again, it's not his role to sit up there and tell his wife to act like a fucking wife. But like I said, this is the world that a lot of women want. This is the world that a lot of people are allowing, where you can't sit up there and put women specifically in a place that they're supposed to be put. I don't care how sexist that seems. I would never sit up there and marry a woman or still be married to a woman if she decided to embarrass me like this. The singer can sit up there and have you. Your family can sit up there and have you. The streets can sit up there and have you. No way on God's green earth would a woman like this sit up there and be carrying around and walking around with my last name. No way in hell would I be sitting up there procreating with a woman like this. At all. Look at this. Look at this. He got his hand on her shoulder. My man, what are we doing? What are we doing? Are you trying to, as she's basically getting this man off, the singer off, as he's singing directly, serenading her, looking her down in her eyes, as she's looking. Like I said, this is a scene. I'm pretty sure that this played in a flick before. I'm pretty sure that this is part of a movie. I'm pretty sure. Don't ask me how I know, but I just trust me when I say I'm pretty sure this worked out before in a flick. I'm pretty sure. Because the positions, they seem the same. The story, in a sense, seem the same. The wife is on her knees. The singer is standing up. The singer is looking down at her. The wife is down there, and she's making eye contact with him. And then the husband is just sitting on the side, caressing his wife, like, yeah, it's okay. You're doing a good job, babe. Yeah, that's how you sit up there and do it. You like that, don't this it is it like what are we doing? What are we doing? Tippy said, no, Seji, it's his fault. He's not strong and masculine. If he was, he should have gotten her ass up, grabbed her, and pulled her back. So it's the man's fault, and she's testing him. I will sit up there and say this. At the end of the day, like I said before, Tippy, if you listen to what it is that I'm saying, I'm stating that he can't get mad at nobody else. He can't get mad at the singer, because he's the one that got the singer directly for her in order to give a surprise. He just didn't theorize or know that his wife would automatically drop down to her knees where she would have her forehead directly on his waist. Like I said, it's crazy. Marco Polo, shout out to Soulja Boy. It's crazy that this is the scene that is, in a sense, transpiring and taking place. But I will sit up there and say this because I believe in equality, Tippy. I believe in equality. And just as much as the husband is to, in a sense, blame for not acting accordingly, the wife is especially to blame for not acting like a woman. Now, if a woman was like a whore and this is what she normally did, you can't expect nothing different. Some guys out here tend to, find out where it was like you got a girl directly from the streets. She was with like 100 different dudes. You felt that you can automatically, do something different. And there we go. We've seen this playing out on social media with an ex basketball player and his wife. She decided she was an ex-porn star. And, she decided that she needed more money. So she started doing extracurricular activities, both giving intimate massages. And I mean intimate massages. And, she started doing stuff on OnlyFans. So like I said, you can have in situations, you can have guys put their foot down and sit up there and say stuff. But again, a person is going to listen to who? Themselves. Right? Irregardless on if they're married in front of God and all this. This is why I sit up there and say like marriage is a sham. Because if marriage is actually real, a woman would never sit up there and do this. She would not only not do this to embarrass herself, she wouldn't be embarrassing her family. She wouldn't be embarrassing her kids or her future kids. And she especially wouldn't be embarrassing her husband. But she did all of that in one fell swoop. She got to her knees like it was her job. Like Jesus ordered her. Like it was crazy. She got down there. So let's continue that. That's why you still see them. He got her up. And even when he got her up, she was still hugging. Let's just go back to the look, right? She stood up. He was like, all right, babe, you're done. All right. Clean up your face. You might have some stuff on your makeup. You can't be, looking like that. You got to clean it up real quick, right? Looking down, and the singer, he's looking down, smiling directly at her. He's like, yeah, girl, you did a good job. You did great. You're a good girl, right? And then we continue on. And then the husband helps her up, and then she goes to hug him. And then the look on the husband's face, he's like, oh, wow. He's like, hey, I'm here. I'm your husband. I'm still here. It's like, hey, it's like, what about me? We just got married. She's all over this dude. She's all over this dude. So I'm going to reiterate again. A lot of women sit up there and say that women are not property. No matter if a man is married to a woman and she got the last name of his kids, a woman is not a man's property. A man cannot tell a woman what to do. A man cannot tell his wife what to do whatsoever. That's the normal thing that goes on social media that I've heard from podcasts, that I've heard from audios of women, that I've seen of videos all over. You got women basically stating this. And they're saying it as fact. So even within that, this husband can't do nothing but, in a sense, watch and basically get divorced. That is the only thing. Divorce is the only control that this man has over this situation. And I'm looking at the singer's like face. He's sweating like that woman was down there doing work. It's crazy. She must be a spiritual warrior. She was working that man as if he was in a sauna. Like that man's face is shiny. It's crazy. She was the one sitting up there bowing down and doing the work, and she's giving him the hug like he did something for her. It's crazy. It's crazy. And her husband is just sitting there embarrassed. Like, he's like, let me look at my tux right now. He's like, yeah, this is looking crazy. She's still going back to hug this dude again, all over him. And then she turns around. Hold on. You see how she basically turned around? She didn't turn towards her husband to basically embrace him, to give him any type of love or anything like that. She turned a whole complete different direction and showed her husband her back as she goes to sit up there and talk to other people and basically talk about, oh my God, my favorite singer, he was here and he serenaded. Wow. Timothy said who she married versus who she won, and that's facts. That is 1,000% facts. And a woman literally showed you that. This is how, and let me just reiterate this to a lot of dudes out here. This is how a woman would sit up there and act if their favorite celebrity, if they had a moment with their favorite male celebrity, a Leo, Captain America, Thor, Killmonger. This is how a lot of women would basically act if they were able to be around that celebrity. These are the actions that would take place without the celebrity even asking, without any prior knowledge of any conversations. This is what women would sit up there and do. They would literally bust it open without anybody asking. But for the husband, notice the love and affection that the husband got during this whole video. He ain't getting none. You would have thought that the husband was the singer and that the dude in the black tux with the bow tie was the husband, the way that she was all upon him. But nope. Nope. That's not what it was. That's not what it was at all. Like I said, it's crazy out here. It is crazy out here in these streets. Gail said in my future voice, ain't no way. Ain't no fucking way. That's 100% facts. And also, as Future sat up there and stated, it's a cold, cold world. And as Future also stated, all of my bitches wear APs. If she don't got no AP, she ain't mine. Like I said, Future got lines. that man, he got some lines. Let me tell you. Like I said, them lines will be used 200 years down the road. Like I said, it's crazy. Never in my life. Tippy said, I don't care if it's The Rock, Roman Reigns, or Killmonger. Tippy, you know what? You might be different. You very easily, you might be different. Because we all know that normally if somebody had a pass or a day, an unfiltered day with their favorite celebrity, people will be trying to make things happen. People would normally try to, make things happen. But you do have some people out here that are like, nah, I'm going to still stick to who it is that I am, and I'm not going to be moving in that way. I respect that. There is no problem, no shame directly in that at all. But in a general fashion, normally people will sit up there and be going for broke. They would try to make everything and anything happen when it deals specifically with that celebrity. Everybody's going through those questions where it was like, would you, do this with this celebrity or whatnot? Everybody's went through those questions. I went through those questions. And everybody's giving answers to those questions. Right? So, hey, I'm just saying. Tippy said it's not all women. I think it's nuts that people act crazy with Beyonce and Jay-Z. People don't really act crazy over Jay-Z. It's more so Beyonce. I would say this at the moment in time when it delves into, like, let's say like the Taylor Swift. Not even Taylor Swift. When it deals with like Nicki Minaj and like Beyonce fans, that is a cult. That is literally a cult. Like if Beyonce came out on stage and was like, literally, I'm for Satan and I'm satanic, everybody would be like, who run the world? Beyonce. Who run the world? Beyonce. Who am I following? Beyonce. Like that's what it would be. People would not care. And it's like for people not to actually see that and understand that is quite scary. Like, yo, it's a difference between like being like a singer and you're doing this versus people like literally on you like a cult. Like you got a lot of these fans out here that will literally die for Beyonce. that would die for Nicki Minaj. They would commit crimes, atrocities. They would do a variety of acts for this one person, as if that person even acknowledges that you even exist as an individual, as a human being on this planet. Like, it's crazy to me. And it's like they're going to do that with the self satisfaction that they did it, knowing the fact that that person is probably never going to acknowledge them. They're not going to look in their direction. They're not going to help them out. They're not going to do anything. They're not even going to mention what it is that they did. Right. But they'll be like, well, I'm in prison because I did this for them and I love them. And, you know, even if they don't know that, don't want to acknowledge it, I know that I do. Like I said, that's a problem. That is a problem. That is a problem. That is a problem. Man, that is crazy. That is crazy. Oh, Timmy said, what's an AP? It's a watch. I think Gail might have wrote it down there. Yes, it's a luxury brand. It's like basically if you got like a whole bunch of money, you just buy that watch. You know, that's just that's what the rich folks out there do. You know, that's what they tend to do, buy APs and stuff like that. You know, Tippy said, I seen these paparazzi videos of those people jumping in front of cars saying, "I love you." Yeah, it'd be crazy. It'd be real crazy out here. It'd be 100% crazy. But like I said, I would never. I'm getting divorced the same way I got married the same day. I am getting a divorce. You will never catch me in a video on my wedding with my wife with her hands around the waist of a singer. Like you are at submarine levels, ma'am. Like you are really seeing what is down there. You are really looking for what is in the deep. Like it is crazy out here. Like she is literally Aqua Woman in the ocean at this moment in time. She is searching for torpedoes. Like this is crazy. Like I said, for nobody in that whole wedding to like have like an objection or a problem to this, that speaks volumes. That speaks volumes. Tippy said, I like Roman and Iraq, but I don't love them. You say that now, Tippy. You had other conversations where you were talking about wanting to get married and stuff. You had these conversations. You're trying to play, Tippy. You thought I forgot. You thought I forgot. Gail said those crazy fans would take your life over Beyonce. Yeah, they will. And that's the crazy part. Like, let one of these Beyonce fanatics basically hear you slander or say anything negative about Beyonce. They'll start sending you like death threats. And if they see you in public, they will pull up on you real quick, like some goons. I'm like, yo, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? I'm like, this motherfucker don't even know who the fuck you are. And this is how you literally ride it. I'm like, wow. I'm like, let's go back to the story of Jesus. I'm like, yo, this is the type of entourage Jesus needed. If he had that entourage, this wouldn't have happened. Right? Like I said, that's all I'm saying. It's crazy that you can make that comparison, that it's like Beyonce and these celebrities got a better entourage than Jesus had. Jesus had the 12 disciples, and he still had people that turned on him. Craziness. The Son of God. People just turn to left to right. Right? But then Beyonce, all of these, if Beyonce did a crime, these Beyonce fans would sit up there and cop a plea directly for us. Like, yo, I'll take this for you, Beyonce. It's cool. You know, you don't even, I got this. You don't even got to say nothing. I did it. Whatever they say Beyonce did, no, I did it. They would literally do that. Let them find out. Let the Beyonce fanatics find out Beyonce hit somebody with a car and they seen it. They'll literally hop in the car and say, oh, Beyonce didn't do this. I stole the car and I was trying to like joyride. They'll look like, yo, they will make some convoluted stories. Like, yo, it's crazy out here. And you think that's crazy? You think that's crazy? Go take a deep dive into some of these women on that be loving K-pop. It got to the point where I think Joe Budden, he says something about K-pop or K-pop artists, and then he had to come back and apologize. Like I said, those girls over there, especially over there in when it deals with like those Korean girls that are fanatics for a lot of these dudes in K, they are crazy is not even there's not even a word in the dictionary. They are worse than the combination of both Nicki Minaj, Taylor Swift, and Beyonce fans combined. the people in the US, they cannot compare to those girls in Korea. The girls in Korea will go to the extent. Let me explain something to y'all. This is how bad it is in Korea. The girls in Korea will go to the extent of having the blueprint to these male celebrities' houses, to these male idols. They got the blueprint to his goddamn house. They know the ins and the outs. They know your address. They know where your family stay. They got videos where these same Korean girls will show up at a dude's wedding. They'll be showing up at other celebrations. They'll be showing up at birthdays. Like, yo, it is crazy. It is crazy. Like I said before, if you never thought a certain type of people actually existed, welcome to social media, because social media will show you everything. Everything you thought did not exist, you will see it live in 4K. Live and in 4K. Timothy says ceremonies mean nothing. It's all about the paperwork. Bars. Timothy said wouldn't need a divorce. The paperwork ain't been seen yet. I mean, yeah, that's true. There would be no divorce proceedings and nothing would have to get split 50-50 because ain't nobody nowhere to even get 50-50. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Gail up there just laughing. Tibby said, well, The Rock was my childhood crush growing up, but things changed now. I'm crushing on Roman Reigns and his cousin. Of course you are, Tibby. You switch your sides. Switch your sides, Tibby. Just switch your sides. Timothy said, oh, and those Korean fans have white channels and they stalk them from the back. Oh, yeah, they do. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. They are out there. It is not a game. Like I said, hey, those fans can stay where they at. Like I said before, I'm good. I ain't trying to deal with that type of headache at all. I am not trying to do it. It makes no sense. Like I said, it is nonsense. Like I said, if a lot of people who are just like avid fans of these people, if they were that much of a fan of themselves, they would actually be better than that celebrity. And that's the crazy part. And that's the killing part about the whole situation. If a lot of these people who are such fanatics over these celebrities, if they were that much of a fan, even like 2% of that type of fan for themselves in their everyday life, everything about them and their life would be way much better. They wouldn't even have the time to actually be a fan of somebody else because they would be uplifting and actually bettering themselves. So like I said, this is why, the idolization of, another individual is actually quite dangerous, because you'll start to lose yourself directly in it. And you'll start to give everything directly over to a whole nother person that doesn't even know that you actually exist. And that to me just does not make sense. It does not sit well at all. Like I said, a lot of people need to sit back, they need to calm down, they need to relax, and they need to assess the situation. Because a lot of people out here are at critical mass, and that is not good. It is not good at all. Tibby said those Korean dudes that girls drool over are of another community. They don't look masculine. See, but this is the thing I talked about before. A lot of women like pretty dudes. Like I said, when George Michaels came out, every other dude can basically tell you that George Michaels is not straight. This dude was clean. This man was cleaner than clean. The lines on his face had straight lines. Like, that shit was crazy. I'm like, I've never seen a dude with a 5 o'clock shadow shape like that. I'm looking at George Michaels. I'm like, bro, how did you do? Of course, this is me being young, right? You're looking at all of these guys and shit like that, right? So you're sitting up there like looking at these videos and stuff, and you don't have the real concept of certain things. You're just seeing like different images of men, right? As a young dude, you're seeing different images of men. I'm like, yo, how did he get like his shit look clean? Like that shit is dope. Like I hope when I grow up, I can sit up there and get like a 5 o'clock shadow clean. But again, not having an understanding that George Michaels is gay, and that normally when it deals with guys who are gay that got facial hair, they take very great care of their face appearance. They take pristine care. Like I said, regardless of whatever it is that people can sit up there and say about gay dudes, they be on it when it deals with like their face. Like that is the show directly right there. George Michaels, go back and look at some of his earlier footage. That dude was there. That I'm not sure if he had like makeup directly on like the eyebrows. I'm not sure what barber he basically had. All of his, that dude's all of his shit was on point. all his shit was on point. And even with him, right, being who it is that he wasn't out during that time. He came out later. You still saw women flocking to George Michaels. This is a dude who is gay. They also know that he is gay, but they're still flocking to George Michaels. They're still loving on him. They're still trying to touch on him. They're still swooning and all this. And this is a dude that is obviously not interested in them. But again, like I said before, women are more attracted to dudes who are not interested in them versus the dudes that are actually attracted to them and give them the time of day. Women don't actually appreciate that. They appreciate the people that give them less. That's just how it works. That's just how it works. And it also deals with reality, right? A lot of people are attracted to celebrities because a celebrity will never give them the time of day. So they're doing these things to try to get the attention of the celebrity, knowing at the end of the day that it's going to be a failure, right? Even though a lot of girls on IG, they got a lot of standard issue guys giving a lot of these basic women celebrity type of time, celebrity type of comments, trying to big them up and all this other type of stuff. And you know what those women on IG do? They block those dudes. They don't give them the time of day. They don't give them attention. But you know what those IG girls will sit up there and do? They'll start looking at the football players. That ain't looking at them. They'll look at the NBA players. They ain't looking at them. They'll look at the NHL players. They ain't looking at them. They'll look at the soccer players. That ain't looking at them. They'll start looking at these millionaires and these billionaire men. That ain't looking at them. They'll start feeding all of this attention and time directly into them. Notice how that works? Like I said, this is what I've learned over years of being on this planet, that women like pretty guys. And like I said, I ain't hating on nothing. It is what it is. If a dude was basically blessed to sit up there and be pretty and girls are like flocking directly to him, more power to you. Hey, it is what it is. It is in the genes. It was meant to be. Go out there and be free, my son. Go out there and be free. Like I said, it is what it is. Like I said, for me, I don't got no reason to hate. I just don't like when, women ain't, in a sense, like honest about liking pretty dudes. Because like I said, it is what it is. All of the Korean K-pop singers, all of them dudes are considered like pretty dudes, right? They do the makeup, type of thing. They might have like some stuff directly like on their lips or whatever. Some of their clothes might be androgynous and women are still swooning. They're still going after them and all this other type of stuff. Again, you got both the Korean women fans. You also got the international fans, especially black girls, swooning directly all over these dudes. You got YouTube channels of black girls talking about how attractive these Korean dudes are. But again, let me put this into perspective. If you got a black male singer or a black male rapper that dressed anywhere close to those Korean artists, that put makeup on like those Korean artists, that dyed their hair like those Korean artists, that did any of the body movements in dance like those Korean artists, those black men will be labeled as gay. Let's just call a spade a spade. Let's call a spade a spade. If a black dude wanted to act like those Korean dudes in order to get the attention of women, he would be labeled as gay. And we all know this to be fact. So like I said, it's funny how stuff works. It's jacked, but it's funny how stuff works. Tibby said, you can't be prettier than me. And this is what I will say that I do have an understanding of, right? If it comes to a point in time that a woman has the opportunity to be with a dude that's considered pretty, there's going to be a lot of issues with insecurities. Because not insecurities with how it is that the woman feels that she looks, but it's going to be the effect that that this dude is so attractive that he can not only just get you, but he can get like 20 to 40 to 100 different women. So it's like, how are you going to be, as a woman, like, how are you going to be able to compete with that? He can literally, at the drop of a hat, walk out the door and have like 3 women, 5 women, 10 women during the day sitting up there looking at him, trying to sit up there and talk to the dude without him even looking in their direction. They're automatically coming up to him. I know that got to be playing with the mentality of a lot of women out here, because a lot of women wouldn't even know how to deal with that. A lot of women say that they want a dude that looks like a 10 or a model, or they want a dude that every other woman is looking at, I'm like, yeah, when you get that, you're not gonna really want it. Because when you see the other women that start showing up and start pulling up to the scene, now you got to start second guessing some stuff. Now you're going to be trying to get out a baseball bat. You're going to be trying to get your license. You're going to be packing like Rambo every single day because you ain't going to be trying to deal with it. You know, it's crazy. Timothy said, Burt Reynolds and Tom Selleck have a mustache I still inspired to get. Yo, they had that classic porn star mustache. That's what that was. They had that classic, mustache. It was like in that area, and it was in the area of like what a man's man is supposed to be, right? Along with having like the chest hair and whatnot. Because like remember back in the day, having chest hair used to actually be something. Like dudes used to always like, oh, I got my I got some chest hair, growing in. And the dude got like a straggle. He got like one little hair that's like sitting up there, and the dude is sitting up there like brushing and combing that, like it's gonna help everything else like come in. But now it's at the moment in time where it's like, yo, chest hair ain't even nothing to even talk about. It's like it's just frowned upon, it's looked down upon, right? And it's like almost in a sense of like having like facial hair for guys. It's almost like a 50-50. Some women are like, yeah, I don't want to do with like facial hair. And I'm like, that don't make sense to me. So I'm like, so do you just want that dude looking young all the time? I'm like, I'm not really, understanding. Do you not want him to like look, older, or to look a certain type of way? Or are you trying to like minimize his attractiveness? Like I said, I got to start to question a lot of stuff when women start to say stuff, because women will, in a sense, minimize a dude's attractiveness by trying to get a dude to change, certain things. Like if they already know that this dude is attractive, he's able to get women, they'll be like, yo, you should try to dress this way. You should try to switch this up. You should try to change this up. You should do this. Like I said, it's to minimize the effect of women basically looking at him and that woman basically having, competition. Gail said George Michael said he probably wouldn't have been gay if he wasn't hanging around. Oh, that's interesting. His mother at a beauty shop 21st. That's interesting. That's very, very, very interesting. Very interesting. I'm shocked that people didn't really say anything about that. If that dude, mentioned that in like a written interview or vocally, I'm very shocked that people didn't say anything about that. Very shocked. Timmy said, only Asian dudes I like is Sub-Zero, Scorpion. What's dude name on G.I. Joe movies with the voice? And Rip Bruce Lee. Oh my goodness. Timmy said nothing wrong with taking care of yourself, but they wear makeup. Some people consider Roman pretty. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, like if you are deemed as like a highly attractive dude or a pretty dude, oh yeah, you getting every woman. I'm not going to say like every woman, but you're going to get a nice amount of women all over basically looking directly at you. Like I said, it is what it is. It is in the genes. God has ordained it to be so. It just is what it is. Like I said, to the victor goes the spoils. Tibby said he had a white girl in his video. Why not me? Don Lewis, his voice. Wait, who? I'm not sure who Tibby talking about. Hey, we got Ty in the building. Said Seji, because I know about this topic. Ty said there was a guy in a group who went to his brother's wedding and the fans crashed it. He took a break from the group activities and told the fan to basically F off. Yeah. Because that crap is crazy. It's like, yo, man, like, what are you doing? Like, you got a whole life. I'm a performer. I just do music. Like, we are not in a relationship. We're not married. Like, what are you doing? Why are you here? Like, it would be tough. Like, this is the thing I would say. Like, I respect him for saying that, but you got to be careful, because those same ones who are your avid fans, who are like toxic fans in support of you, they could be your far worst enemy that you ever had. So it's like, you got to be careful how you sit up there and do stuff. This is why I understand why certain celebrities, like, they just ignore people. They just act like they don't see them, because they're not trying to work. They're not trying to be looking over their shoulder and like worrying about somebody trying to break into their house or do stuff to their family and all this. Like I said, these people out here be crazy. They be 100% crazy. It'd be really something, directly out here. Gail said, chest hair is still all right with me, with the shades on. Tibby said, nothing wrong with hair on men. Their men are WTF. I like chest hair, more masculine. Ty said, someone in that same group got married and have a baby, and the fans raged to the point that they had a whole thing about kicking him out of the group. Oh, yeah. That'd be real serious. Like, let any of these male idols, like, they start actually having relationships, or it's stated that they're going or dating another idol or somebody else. Oh, these fans will start doxing. They'll start harassing. They'll do a lot of stuff. I'm like, damn. I'm like, yo, they really about it. They are really about it. Like I said, yo, like somebody has said before, let somebody in K-pop have been on that submarine. Those girls would have went down into the ocean and they would have solved that case within less than like a week. It would not have taken the media to find any of the information. Them girls would have sat up there and did it because they are really there. Like I said, nobody on this planet can compare to the K-pop fans. They got that. They got that platinum star, whatever it's higher than platinum, whatever it is. That's the K-pop female fans out there. They are about that life. They are a mob. They play no games. None. Let me see. Timothy said chest hair with a tattoo. Wait, who was that? Tom Selleck? I'm trying to figure out who that was. I'm not sure. Gail said, you better not come up. You better not come up to me with a bald face, especially if you have a weak chin. What's a weak chin? Is a weak chin just like a pointed chin or something like that? I'm not sure. I'm not really too sure. But I guess it's like the pointy chin. It's not really nothing that got like the edges to it. It's not like close to like a crimson chin. Gail said, yes, his parents were married, but his father was a workaholic and he didn't spend much time with them. So he said that he was always in his mother's beauty shop. Ah, okay. I get it. I see what took place. Give me 1 second. All right, I'm back. My bad. Let me see what else we got. Tibby said, I wish I have the pretty privilege like most girls complain about. This is the thing, Tibby. You got to be in an area and in a realm where you completely like love yourself. Right? You gotta realize the person that you are and what it is that you have to, basically offer, to the world. Like everybody gotta take out the time to basically find that, within themselves, So that's mainly what you need to, just sit up there and do and just focus on. Don't wish for the shit that other girls basically got, because at the end of the day, it might seem great that they got all of this attention and all this other type of stuff. But when it comes down to, the other things that they have to face and deal with, it's like, it ain't worth it. Like I said, the girls, they'll sit up there on IG and all this other type of stuff. They'll sit up there and tell you like all this stuff like, oh, my messages are never dry. It's like I got all these thirsty guys directly on me, all this other type of stuff. But like I said, it's a headache for them. It's because, like I said, they can't find a real relationship. They're not going to have a real relationship because they don't even know what that is. They can't even find somebody that actually just want to be with them just to be with them. You got guys that are trying to knock down their door and everything like that because of how it is that they body look, or how it is that they're dancing, or how it is that they parade themselves directly online. So, it's a blessing and a curse. But people more so just look at the positive aspect that gets shown because the negative never gets shown. Right? Or the girls don't really be trying to complain about it. But usually how it works is that you got a lot of girls who quote unquote got the pretty privilege. They would rather be in like a normal type of, frame so that they could find somebody to be in a relationship with. While you have, normal women that want to sit up there and quote unquote be in like the pretty, spectrum, not knowing everything that directly comes with it. So, it's, like I said, it's everybody just got to take out the time to, figure out what it is within them that they basically love and everything like that. That's it. Let me see. Gail said, for me, a weak chin is the side profile is a slant more than a 7. Like more than a... I don't even know what that is. I swear I might have to like look this up now. I'm like, wait a minute, I'm investing now. I'm like, I gotta figure out what this is. Like weak chin. I gotta like whenever I hear like weak chin, I'm thinking about like boxing. Right? Like if a dude basically get like hit, he can't take a punch. That's pretty much what I think about, where like the legs start turning into like linguini, so I'd be just trying to figure that out. Timothy said, yo, Seji, I know you heard about the dude, the cops trapped in the porta potty. No, I ain't hear about that one. Fanny G said, even now, knowing that these celebrities carry STDs. Oh, yeah, that's another thing, too. It's like, because the grouping of celebrities is so small and everybody deals with everybody, trust and believe that a lot of people got the same STDs. Let me repeat that again. Because a lot of celebrities, they only mess with other celebrities. Like I said, it's like when dealing with the royals. The royals, in order to keep the bloodline strong, right? They make sure that they marry people within the family, right? They keep everything in the family, right? So it might not be the first cousin, it might be the 12th cousin, right? You're a little bit further down, but you're still a part of the bloodline, so it still counts, and we're all good, right? So a lot of celebrities, you'll see them pass around the same woman. You'll see, sometimes you might see some celebrity women dating the same guy that another celebrity woman sat up there and dated. And if you look through different pictures earlier on, before you started really having the AI and the digital this and that, you'll start to notice that certain celebrities, they had some marks, maybe on the corner of their mouths or their lips. They had those things directly out there. So people might want to specifically, pay attention. So again, celebrities mess with other celebrities. A lot of people are more than likely got the same doctors and are taking the exact same medications to suppress a lot of things. People got to pay attention. People got to understand that. So this is why I sit up there and tell people, it's like, you don't always want to wish to, in a sense, be a celebrity, because it might not realistically be fully worth it at the end of the day, because you never know what it took for them to actually be a celebrity or to get amongst or in those circles. It might be some shit that, like I said, Dante's Inferno, you got what the 7 realms of hell, or the 7 levels of hell. Like I said, you don't know what those celebrities have to do in order to get to the top. You don't know, you never know, and probably you don't ever want to know. Gail said, from the point of the chin to the neck is the meaty. Said you there is no space. I guess I know what you're talking about. I'm sitting up here, I'm reading what you're saying, and then I'm examining my own face. I'm like, all right, let me see this. let me see this. Sitting up there, doing that. Wait, Timothy says, so like a thick-necked football playing dude. That's probably what she means. Hold up. All right, I'm back. Let me see. They're about 6 entrepreneurs, high class types, but I get what y'all saying. No. Well, Tippy, I know you're technically talking to like Yell and Timothy. Those women that you're talking about, yeah, they do have confidence, but they're also arrogant. It's a difference between having confidence as a woman and being like straight arrogant and indignant. It's a complete different thing. And a lot of those women on social media who are like the boss chicks, bad bitches, all that other type of shit, they're the latter. Like I said, it's a complete difference. Like it's like when people always say like it's a difference between a dude having confidence in his abilities versus like a dude just being like a straight jackass and being cocky. Complete difference. So like I said, you got confident women that are directly out here, in the world that just, let everything speak for itself. And then you got the other women who quote unquote are confident, but then they start layering on and saying a whole bunch of like other shit that don't need to be said. Difference. It's a clear cut difference. But yeah, it's like it's completely crazy. It is completely crazy. But going back to what I stated earlier, there is no way in hell that I would have a wife that would decide on our wedding day to get on her knees within 5 seconds for a singer, and she's there holding his waist with her forehead directly on his pants. I'm like, we're not doing that. I'm still on that, but I'm just saying we are not doing that directly at all. But with the 25 people that we got here, I just want to sit up there and state much love, respect, and appreciation. I love, respect, and value and care about you guys a lot. Gotta also give a special shout out to Sean. Due to the fact that she. Oh wait. Well, let me just say this. I got you, Pink. Let me just because I forgot about that. Let me just get this one out first. Due to the fact of that she passed. Like I said, when I sit up there and tell y'all, it's like, hey, I care, and everything like that. Like I really do. Because it's like it's tough, in a sense, being able to have conversations and probably talk to you guys one day or used to seeing you guys throughout the months and years on a platform. And then it's like you guys are like, it's no longer here. That it sucks because, all of, that energy, all of that time, all of the, amount of like, faith and things that are given. It's like, damn, it's like everything is gone now, So, shout out to Sean and her kids and her family and everybody having to deal with the tough time at the moment in time, dealing with her passing. Hack said who passed away from the channel. Let me see. I think I can put the picture. directly up there real quick. Just move this one directly over here. So this was one of the main ones that was here on the channel for the longest time. She was here, I think, since like the first channel. And like I said before, she would always give a lot of love. I did a video on the third channel, solo video, specifically dedicated to her, because I set up there, I had found out, and I started going through a lot of the comments. I couldn't go through the first channel because a lot of those videos are no longer up there. But I was able to, go through and find the videos, not the videos, but the comments on the secondary channel. And you could always see her presence there. A lot of the time she would be there in live streams, chatting with people, talking with people. And, it was always, awesome and a blessing for her to be there. And, like I said before, a lot of the times I would deal with heavy stories and stuff like that. And she would come out of the blue and she would just like say something. I'm like, all right. Let me straighten up. Let me get myself right so I can, keep doing what, it is that I'm supposed to be doing. That's why, I sit up there and tell y'all, like, if y'all really got like, YouTubers directly out there, content creators that you really like, love and support, sit up there and let them know in the comment section. Let them know, send them a message. Even if you think that they don't sit up there and read it. Like I said, you already know how I like way back. Like the first channel, I used to sit up there and be going through every single comment, responding to every single comment, liking every single comment, and different stuff like that. Like I was really in the comment section. I was really there. So trust and believe. You got people out there, you got content creators that do sit there and look through the comments. They do take out the time. They might not sit up there and say nothing. They might not specifically, call you out or maybe acknowledge it and stuff like that. They might do it in a general sense. But they do see the stuff that, you guys write, especially when, you guys are writing, positive things in support, showing love and respect and, different things like that. They do read it. They do. Trust and believe. Because I'm one of those ones that sit up there and go through the comments sometimes. And I just so happen to, read comments. I might not be able to, like and heart every single comment every single time. But I'll flash through and, see comments and stuff like that. And this is why I sit up there and get on live streams and different videos and state that, love you guys a lot. Appreciate you guys. Value you guys a lot for everything that y'all do, and all the support and, stuff like that. And I try to, do that on a consistent basis because you never know what might happen. Like I said, Sean is no longer, here with us. But I'm happy that I was able to, tell her, certain things when she was here. I was able to let her know like how much, I appreciate and love the, the words and everything like that, that she gives, So yes, much love, respect to Sean from the Shy, aka my aunt from Chicago. What I would always sit up there and say in every single video. It sucks. So what we are going to do is that we're going to scroll back over to IG real quick and oh, you sent quite like a few. Oh yeah. I seen the white dude dance. I think. Let me see. Oh yeah, I might have to like mute that one because I think it got music. All right, so we're gonna look at this real quick. Let me roll over. I gotta share the video. Let me see. Share screen. All right. So this is a video I'm pretty sure that everybody has seen where You got this little boy where his, I guess his adoptive mom, I'm not sure who the woman is, but she basically said that his favorite character is the girl from Frozen, and she decided to allow him to dress up as the girl from Frozen. And the main thing that people are basically stating that nobody finds it odd that for whatever reason, you have this tending to take place with black kids, especially black boys, where this is like the thing. You don't see this with like any other nationality of boys out here. You don't really see this being a thing that is really pushed, in a sense, directly out there. This is not something that specifically happens. Yeah, this is what be happening right here. This is what it be, and nobody finds it as a problem or as any type of an issue. Like I said, not sitting up there saying that people can't be who it is that they want to sit up there and be, but like I said, I believe in letting kids be kids, letting kids sit up there and do kid stuff. Parents, adults should not be trying to indoctrinate or coerce certain beliefs or things directly on kids, because then it's not a kid's direct decision at all. It's not. Like I said, this should not be something that should be taking place like this. Like I said, let a kid be a kid. Like, it's great. All right, maybe he might like Frozen, but this is not it. Let him, if he want to do something like this, let him do this like when he get like 18, 19, 20. Like when he gets like older, where he can look at society, he's been out here like a little bit longer, and this is the the thing that he came down to and he figured out for himself. All right, fine, so be it. That's his choice. At this moment in time, it's not. It is not. It is not at all. Like, this is something else. So we're going to go to the next one here. Let me just scroll this back. So then the next one, Pink said, I was so triggered by this. Oh, yeah. I understand. Oh, wait. Praise break in Tokyo. Wait, what? Nah. Hold on. Let me. Nah, Pink, you can't be serious. Hold on. Let me showcase this. So we know gospel, right? And we know how it is that gospel, in a sense, tends to go, right? We know the beats, we know the sound. Like I said, when we say that it's a black sound, there is a black sound. The Catholics have their own type of sound with the organs and all this other, all the other type of stuff, right? Christians have their stuff, and then you got black church, right? So when you listen to this, let me know what it is that you hear. So y'all saw that, right? So you heard the drums, you heard the music, you see how it is that they're sitting up there moving, right? This is normally what you would see in black churches. You would see sitting up there, people feeling the spirit, people sitting up there moving, grooving, and dancing, and listening to the word of God. But these are all Asian folks doing this. Am I missing something? Like I said before, if people want to cherry pick and take certain things directly out of the black community and add it directly onto their own, and then they want to demonize everything else that they left behind. I'm like, that's completely crazy to me. Like, black people are realistically, when you think about church, black people are the only group that literally has church like this. Nobody else can claim that this is what they normally do in church. Like, they normally sitting up there pulling out dance moves and all this other type of stuff in church. Like, no, that like black churches, like I said, this is why when people come to black churches, it's like an event. It's a whole different experience versus going through Catholic, Christian, and all these other. It's a whole different experience. And that's why people keep consistently saying that, because it is. It's its own experience. It's its own original thing, right? Like I said, it's crazy. It is completely crazy. 100%. So let's further roll back. Let's go back and wait, what is this?
You're late to work. Who gets a
I know who this dude is. Oh man. Wait, what? This was like, oh wait, was this in Detroit? No, it said Houston, Detroit. Late, I'm late. Now with y'all. Let me see this. I made a mistake and highlighted Tippy's comments, just trying to sit up there and move the stuff over. Let me see this.
the fuck? It's your life, bitch! Fuck you, boss! I'm late! What you gonna be doing about it? I said I'm late! You gonna fire me? There's no one else here, bitch! Late! I'm late! You gonna fire me? That's you! Late! Ah.
Yo, that is 1,000%. Yo, that's hilarious. That dude right there, yo, that dude is hilarious. Now I want to say, like, briefly from the side, the face, he reminds me of like a weird Edge from Edge and Test back in like during like wrestling, and stuff like that. But yeah, that was funny. That was funny. That was funny.
Savior, they are going to hell.
Very often, the King James Version translation was different than the Hebrew or Greek. So it opened your eyes a bit. Absolutely. It made me question the term that the Bible is inerrant and infallible. Something I would never question. Sort of dangerous territory, isn't it? To say that the Bible is not...
Let me just move that directly over. All right. So now, Pink brought up a video that I seen specifically before, right? And this video, let me go to this real quick. Now, this is what she's going to be specifically talking about with people like and their kids and stuff. So let's just look directly at this real quick.
Five-year-old girls ballet. I have a class of 10 students. They don't respect any authority. You ask them, can you stand in your designated spot? They're telling you no and shut up. They're throwing things at each other. They're throwing things at other people, other classmates. You say, can everybody sit in their spot? I don't want to. I'm not doing that. You don't get to tell me what to do. You're not my mom. You confront the parent. The parent tries to argue with you and fuss at you because you tried to reprimand and redirect their kid. I told a young little girl, please sit in your spot. You're not my mom. You don't tell me what to do. Okay. When her mom came to pick her up, I said, hey, your daughter's having a hard time following instructions. And 7 times today, I've had to redirect her to just sit in her spot. Well, clearly she didn't want to sit, and mind you, this is a mom. Clearly she didn't want to fucking sit right there. So, I mean, if she's telling you she don't want to do something, why keep asking her to do it? You know she's not going to do it. What world do we live in? Like, what in you guys' brain as a parent says, my kid not following any directions is a great thing. It's not that serious, and y'all don't have a right to tell her what to do. It's sad. It's sad. It's really, really sad. And another thing that's heart-wrenching is horrifying. It is horrifying. Your 5-year-old daughters are asking to listen to Pound Town and Ski Yee. Your daughters, your 5-year-old daughters are asking, can we hear Pound Town? I'm playing them Princess Tiana ballet music. And they are asking me, can we hear Pound? I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. And I'm so scared for these little girls today because this is the most insane agenda push I have ever seen in my life. We do freeze dance. You guys' daughters are twerking at 5. Where's the parenting? Where's the boundaries? Where's the help? Y'all are not helping your kids. You're hurting them. You guys are hurting them. I come every day dressed, ready to go, and I'm in school too. I'm in college. I mean, I put bows in my hair. I'm wearing leotards. I'm trying to get them interested in like proper things for their age, and you guys are exposing your kids to this raunchy secular music. Why is you guys' 5-year-old daughter singing Pound Town? And it's just really, 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 it's upsetting. And I feel so bad. And I've watched different techniques, soft skills, soft parenting, gentle parenting. I'm patient. I don't yell. I'll say, hey, let's regroup. If you guys need 5 minutes, let's do some breathing. Your kids are telling me to shut up. You guys' kids are saying, I don't want to do that. I'm not doing that. You're not my mom. They're putting they're hitting each other and hitting other kids. You address the parent. The parents are telling you, you don't tell my daughter what to do. It's not that bad. Well, at least she was in the class. At least. It's all these excuses. Y'all come in and you're more worried about what's going on your Instagram and TikTok feed versus being a parent. Be a fucking parent. You guys are horrible fucking parents. Like, I'm sorry to say it, but this generation of some of the mom, not all, but majority that I've dealt with kids that are between the ages of 5 and 4 and 3, you guys don't parent your children at all. They have no basic comprehension skills. They can't sit still. No attention span. They're hitting people. They can't talk. They can't communicate. They don't even know how to say, like, I want to go to the bathroom. If you ask them a question, they're rude, nasty, horrible attitudes at 5, and they want to hear Pound Town. What are you guys doing with your kids? What are you guys literally doing with your kids? Because I have never in my life experienced something so horrible. I literally don't even want to teach ballet to you guys' kids anymore because they are so hard to work and deal with. And I literally see why the teachers are quitting and your kids are getting expelled and kicked out, because it's no way. It is literally no way that this is happening. And you guys don't see any issue with it. I tell you, your kid hit someone and you're saying, well, what the fuck did the little bitch do to my daughter to make her want to hit? Nothing. Literally nothing. Your daughter just decides she wants to put her hands on people and you don't correct her. You're yelling at me, asking me, why does she feel like she wants to hit? What parenting is happening? You guys are worried about seafood boils and dates and fucking like partying and being a hot mom. You guys are shitty moms and it needs a change. Stop listening to Sexy Red around your children. Talk to your kid, interact with them, teach them, listen to them. Teach them to respect authority. Don't say you don't have to listen to anyone unless they're me. Your kids are so horrible and hard to deal with, and I'm blaming the parents because they have horrible guidance. And it needs to be a change. And I'm asking, can somebody's mom stitch me and say like what the holdup is? What is the issue? Why are you listening to raunchy music around your kids? Why is it that you have to deal with certain people and be rude about it? Why can nobody correct your kid or help them get on a better track? And why do you guys approve and applaud bad behavior? Why? Because I'm telling you, all the teachers that are good and have genuine interest in building your kid, I want to help them. I want to help these little girls realize that they're precious, that they have purpose, that they're beautiful, that they're smart and intelligent, and that they can be somebody. I don't want to see little 5-year-olds trying to twerk to Pound Town. And you guys think that it's cute. And I'm coming on here because it needs to be a change. So please tell me, as an educator, a teacher, and I'm just a ballet teacher. I'm not a regular trained institutional teacher. I'm teaching 5-year-olds ballet, and these are all the problems starting now, and it's no change happening. So what needs to be done and happen to fix this issue? Please, somebody tell me, somebody make it make sense, because I'm telling you, I'm this close to quitting and saying I'd never want to work with people's kids again, because this has been the most horrible experience. I've never dealt with an experience like this. Listening to raunchy music around your kids needs to stop. Applauding bad behavior needs to stop. Not giving your kid your attention but throwing an iPad at them or a tablet because you don't want to parent needs to stop. I'm coming on here and I'm begging you guys, I'm asking you to really please make a change. Make a change. Your kids' lives are depending on it for y'all to make a change. Please make a change. I'm calling out all the parents. If you're a parent.
All right, so what we were just able to hear and witness, that was, like I said, this is why I put the videos up there, because whenever I happen to say stuff, people are like, oh, you're being misogynistic, you're being sexist, start trying to tell women what to do, all this other type of stuff, right? So this is the moment in time that you have a woman, she's black, and she is trying to get these little girls into ballet. She does ballet herself. So she comes in the attire that she is supposed to be in, and she is a teacher. She specifically tells the students, like, hey, I need you to step in, stand in this spot, be in this spot. I need you to do this. I need you to, whatever, right? And the little girls sit up there and tell the woman, a grown woman, the teacher, that you can't tell me what to do. You ain't my mom. So she's like, all right, no problem. I got you. I got you. I do one better. I go tell your mom. So she goes to sit up there and tell the mom, and the mom says, well, what the fuck you think is wrong? Like, if she didn't want to do it, she don't got to sit up there and do it. And like I said before, this is what it looks like when you've heard all the men basically complain, and they talked about the society and how it is that you have women out here that are saying, like, oh, I don't need a man. The father doesn't need to be in the household. You can't tell me and my kids what to do and all this other type of stuff. They don't got to listen to no man. All this is what that basically gets to. Because like I said before, if you're not going to allow men to sit up there and basically give direction or take lead, and if a woman that is a teacher and she is teaching a class that these women put their kids into and pay for, she can't sit up there and tell these women or these kids what to do, then who can? And the main thing I came down to is that the only person that can literally tell these women what to do is white men. Because those are the only men, sadly to say, those are the only men in existence that will never catch any type of flack. They won't get any of this aggression. They won't get any of this mouth. They'll get everything but that. And I've shown proof of this by way of videos on TikTok and YouTube where you will literally have women trying to tell other women on how it is to get and to keep a white man. And the number one thing that she said is all of the mouth and all of the aggression that you got, you sit up there and drop that. You don't sit up there and do that. You leave that at the doorstep. Like I said, this is a black woman that is sitting up there saying that she is talking to black women who are mothers. She is talking to them, trying to understand, why is it that your daughter at the age of 5 is twerking? I've asked these questions before and then gotten a lot of flack. And then I've showcased videos. Yo, why you got these little girls twerking directly in the restaurants? Why are they sitting up there knowing all these lyrics? And you know, the main thing that people say, oh, well, what are the fathers doing? Where are the fathers at? So the father is supposed to be the one that is supposed to tell a girl how to be a girl and how to act as a girl, because she's going to go from a girl to a young girl into a woman. So a father is supposed to sit up there and do all that. But then in the same token, when you have a lot of fathers that step in and try to give some type of order and direction to the kids, the mother will be the one to step in and say that, don't tell my child what to do. They don't have to sit up there and listen to you. Baby, go ahead and do what it is that you was doing. Do it right now. He ain't going to sit up there and do nothing. I wish he would. That's the type of stuff that men out here have to sit up there and deal with. When they want to sit up there and lay down order, when they want to give direction so that everything doesn't get thrown directly into chaos, this is what they have to take on and specifically deal with. And then when guys complain about this, what do women sit up there and say? They'll be like, well, you'd want to marry her. You'd want to have kids with her. I'm like, wow, ain't this about a bitch? So you mean to tell me that at no point in time, everything that basically takes place is specifically the father and the man's fault, and that no acknowledgement of any type of wrongdoing is placed directly on the mother? Are you fucking kidding me? This is nonsensical. This is crazy. It doesn't make any type of sense. But like I told y'all before, for the women out there, I told y'all that this type of rhetoric, this type of stuff that is getting employed and pushed directly out there on social media, that you got older women basically pushing, you got the younger women basically feeding on and regurgitating, and they're giving that to the women that are younger than them, that are at 18 to 12, and they're telling us all this this wrongful information about men and how to see the world and all this other type of shit, is going to get bad. And now this is the air around the iceberg. This woman here, who is a teacher, a young teacher, she's already stating that, yo, your daughters are at the point where I don't even want to sit up there and teach them. And note that those young girls are going to grow up to be black women. So if they're terrible now, how do you think that they're going to be when they turn into teenagers? Then how do you think that they're going to be when they turn into full-fledged adults? They're going to be full-fledged, out of control. They're going to be beyond ratchet. Like I said before, whatever their mother is, that's what the daughter, 9 times out of 10, is going to sit up there and be. So if a mother is sitting up there being ratchet, chances are very great that the young daughter growing up sitting up there watching is going to sit up there and employ and take on some of that shit, if not the whole thing. Like I said, I've showcased videos to you before where you got these young girls out here swinging on dudes. The dude ain't even sitting up there touching them or nothing. But they're swinging on them because they automatically know that there's a double-sidedness when it deals with society. That a girl or a woman can sit up there and hit a man, and that a man cannot hit them. A man is not supposed to hit back. Because what did he sit up there and tell you? That, oh, a man is way stronger. He can take more hits and all this other type of stuff. So it don't matter. Whatever a woman do, she can sit up there and do that as long as you don't sit up there and touch her. Like I said, it's completely crazy. What's the main thing that sits up there and takes place? Even if a woman is in the wrong and she was sitting up there swinging on a dude and he's looking real fucked up and she ain't fucked up, the main thing that people sit up there and go to the woman, did he hit you? Did he touch you? The main thing that people sit up there and ask the man, did you sit up there and put hands on her? Did you sit up there and touch her? Did you fight her back? Everybody's pretty much on the same accord, which is basically defending the woman, even if she is in the wrong. So even when you got a lot of these mothers out there stating how it is that they don't need a man doesn't need to be present in the household, they're not going to sit up there and take on any of that leadership, right? Any of that type of order. They're not going to allow any of those teachings there. Here we are. So now you got a black woman sitting up here telling you. Now you got a black woman sitting up there telling you how difficult it is to sit up there and teach these young girls, how difficult it is to sit up there and talk to these other black women. And you heard what it is that she specifically stated. She had to sit up there and, in a sense, get the tone and the voice. She ain't talking about nobody else out here. She's talking about one specific group of women that were having this conversation with her and having this attitude with her. And I want people to note, and I want to highlight this. She's not the type of one. I'm looking at her mannerisms and everything that she's sitting up here stating. She's sitting up there really breaking down over how it is that these kids can potentially end up, because she can see it. The same way that she sees it, that's what I try to sit up there and tell people. This is why I advocate for kids on these platforms. This is why I sit up there and say that, yo, a lot of women out here, y'all got to sit up there and straighten this shit up. with how it is that some of your sisters and whatnot or whatever are out here training these kids, teaching these kids, letting them listen to this ratchet music. Like I said, none of these kids should be sitting up there listening to some lyrics talking about my junk is pink and my booty hole is brown. Like, they should know those lyrics. Why would they know those lyrics? Ski, why would they know those lyrics? If you want to be a grown adult and you want to sit up there and dibble and dabble into that music, it's fine, so be it. That is completely for you to sit up there and do. But for you to sit up there and dibble and dabble in this music and you're doing this around your kids and they're hearing all of this stuff, it's nonsensical and crazy. And you wonder why it is that you got a lot of these girls out here having kids before they're married, before they're finding a consistent person to actually be with and to have a relationship with and all this other type of stuff. Like I said, because you're looking at a crowd now that is idolizing, let's say, like a Lori Harvey. She's jumping from guy to 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 guy. And the main thing that what Steve Harvey is doing is protecting. He'll talk bad about all the other guys out there, but he won't dare say nothing about his daughter who can't even stay in a full-fledged relationship. This dude is in a marriage with her mother, but Lori Harvey can't even stay in a relationship longer than their marriage. That's crazy to me. Not even half of that. That's completely crazy. But like I said, these are the idols that are directly out here for a lot of these young girls to sit up there and look up to and think that this is how the world is supposed to go. Lori Harvey is Lori Harvey. She got money. She can do whatever it is that she wants to sit up there and do. Other girls out here are motherfucking normal, everyday working a 9 to 5. You can't sit up there and decide that you want to have the lifestyle of a Lori Harvey when you're not even Lori Harvey. You're not even in the same avenue or area as a Lori Harvey to sit up there and even try to even do any of that trifling stuff. Like I said before, it's crazy. It is completely crazy. Like, Lord. Like I said, I don't know what to tell people. Tippy said she's right. It's sad that a toddler wants to listen to Sexy Red. WTF. I'm sorry, but I blame both parents, not just the mama. Those girls have a father too. And that's why I sat up there and told you what it is, Tippy. That's why I gave that example. Trust me, you got women out here, even if a guy has a child with a woman will sit up there and start using in a conversation. You're not going to tell my child what to do. That's possessive. That is, that's a clear cut, possessive type of thing, like trying to, use that child in a certain type of way to say that, oh, it is your child, but it's more my child. And the main thing that women to say is what? Oh, it's my child because I carried him for 9 months. I basically, risked my life. I could have basically died on the table, having this child. So you're saying as a woman, because you carried him, you have more ownership of the child, even though it took 2 in order to make it. I'm like, that's crazy to me. And this is why a lot of guys are just like, yo, it's whatever. Like, it's just whatever, at this moment in time. This is why a lot of dudes are just sitting up there, like, standing down from a whole bunch of situations. Because no matter what a dude tries to do, somehow, some way, it's going to fall down. It's like, oh, well, it's your fault. I'm like, well, shit. Everything is just that dude's fault, no matter what he did. Okay. So be it then. If it's my fault, then I'm just going to step down and back away from the whole situation then. And then when you step down as a guy and you back away from the whole situation, absolving yourself of everything, you still get blamed for it, even though you're not even in that spot no more. Somehow, some way. It's crazy. Let me see. Tippy said both need. Wait. Brother said, Sly said, then a simple come along and get you for defending yourself. Yeah. Tippy said both need to be in their kids' lives, correcting them. Said you remember that video, a mother trying to get a 3-year-old to trying to get a little 3-year-old to dance. Then her daddy walked in. She immediately stopped. No, because she knew she's ratchet, but she's ratchet to an extent. She's not stupid. That's the clear cut difference. Like, the ratchetness is still there. Her wanting to be in chaos and be for the streets is still there because she's trying to pass that on to her daughter. But she has common sense not to sit up there and do that when the father is there because she already know what it is. But like I said, she set her daughter up for failure and she just left her out there to hang to dry. But she the mother. But you're allowing your daughter to sit up there and start twerking the dance music at a young age, a diaper on her butt and everything. I'm like, that's crazy. Like I said, no father out here endorses this type of nonsense. Men are usually trying to sit up there and stop their kids from doing this. It's usually the mothers and whatever that endorse a lot of that behavior at a young age. Like I said, little girls out there doing the splits, twerking, all that other type of like stuff that they shouldn't be doing. You should be worried about like little kid stuff, like watching like cartoons and Friends and Colors and all this other type of stuff. You should not be up on Sexy Red or Nicki Minaj or anything. You should know lyrics to none of those songs. I shouldn't see videos on of any little girl with women, full ass grown women in a car, and a girl sitting up there twerking in a car, and they just sitting up there cackling like some banshees. Like, what the fuck is going on? And then when the girl older, when she becomes like a teenager, then people want to turn around and be like, oh, she got pregnant because the father was never there. No, the motherfucker got pregnant because the mom allowed that shit to sit up there and take place. She didn't motherfucking teach her shit. She didn't teach her knowledge of self or nothing. She taught her trifling ways because she is trifling. And because she was taught those trifling ways, this is what she did. She became just like her mother. But then magically it's still the father's fault. Like, come on, man. Like, this is what guys be sitting up there talking about. Like, the only people that's made to be responsible out here for any and everything are basically men. Even if a guy out here doesn't have kids or anything like that, magically a man is still to blame for how it is that a child is doing whatnot or whatever. And I'm like, that's crazy to me. That's consistently crazy to me. Like, people say, yes, we need men in our lives, masculine, tough, strong leaders in our lives that put women in our places. If we're acting out because women act like kids sometimes. Yeah, that happens. Like I said, social media is a hell of a drug. It'll teach you a lot of stuff. When conversations like really start happening, when dudes are like, stop pulling punches, and they're actually having the conversations the way that the conversations are supposed to be had, stuff gets shut down real quick. Stuff gets shut down in conversations real quick. Like I said, even within men, even if we know that it comes to a point in time that we're right about certain stuff, we will still allow leeway for whatever type of bullshit coming from, a woman, because that's just what we sit up there and do. It's quite stupid, but it's just what we sit up there and do. But now it's getting to the point where it's like, yeah, you can't allow that shit to basically slide no more. You got to just basically be saying shit how it needs to be said. And a lot of people not going to like it because they're not used to hearing shit like that. Because anytime a dude basically wants to tell the truth and start saying stuff honestly, motherfuckers want to start running. And that's the main thing that's going to happen when you start to have dudes start like telling people like, yo, this is how this shit should basically sit up there and be. Like I told y'all before, like going back to the, what was that image? Going back to this video right here. Like this one right here. At no point in time, again, I'm going to reiterate, just like I reiterated this again. Going back to what Tippy stated. How people need to say stuff the way they need to be stated. I'm going to state this one more time. At no point in time, if a woman is supposed to sit up there and get on her knees for any man out here, it is supposed to be for her husband. As a woman, on the day that you get married, you should not be getting on your knees in front of the whole family, the church, the motherfucking pastor, getting on your knees for a motherfucking singer and holding him by his motherfucking waist. You literally know the temperature of his dick. Like it's directly on your forehead. Like, what are we doing? But like I said, this is what happens though. This is what happens when people sit up there and allow things to slide by and they don't want to correct certain types of things. Stuff like that takes place. Stuff like Sexy Red being popular as she is and indoctrinating young women, and then those women listening to Sexy Red are indoctrinating their kids to that type of music. Like I said, it's crazy to me. And people wonder, they be like, oh, what happened to, R&B, and what happened to soul, and what happened to poetry? It just died. No, it didn't die. It was due to the fact that the main people that used to support it, they started supporting like Nicki Minaj. They started supporting like a Sexy Red. They started supporting all this other music that doesn't talk about that love, that commitment, that relationship, that marriage, that longevity. Like I said, you listen to a Sexy Red, your relationship is going to be lasting about 3 months, if even that. And then you're probably going to be pregnant, being a single parent. And then you're going to be ski on to the next one. That's what it's going to be. That's what it's going to be. Sly said, I remember when my aunt would get on us for playing NWA in the house. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Old days. Old days. TV said, including me, said, I need help. It's not whatever if it involves his children. Yeah, that's facts. That's facts. I'm not saying like it's whatever like that. What I'm saying is that guys get to the point where it's like, yo, if it's a losing battle, I'm like, yo, I might as well just like, I'm not about to be fighting for shit. Because it's like, what's the use? It's like, it's a consistent uphill battle. It's like, why am I going to sit up there and keep trying to, fight for kids, and when I got somebody telling me that the kid is more theirs than mine because they carried it for 9 months, I'm like, that's a stupid for women to sit up there and like literally like use that in a conversation with a guy. You're setting yourself up for failure, and you're inevitably pushing that dude away because you're saying that dude don't have no rights to that kid. He has no type of like ownership or anything like that when it deals with that kid. Like, you're just basically a donor, even if you are a husband, even if you are engaged, even if you are in a long relationship with the woman, you have nothing directly, dealing with that kid. And I'm like, that's crazy to me. And I'm like, a lot of women wonder why it is that guys, in a sense, walk away from these types of situations. It's because, like, don't nobody feel like dealing with that. Like, people get mad when somebody doesn't want to deal with something, but then people will be like, well, you should have never, got her pregnant. Well, the woman should have sat up there and decided to use some type of contraceptives, correct? There's like 12 different contraceptives out there for women that women can sit up there and decide to take. A woman knows if she wants to realistically have a child with a specific man, so she can opt to or opt not to have a child with that man. She has more control over the reproduction of a child than a guy does. So it's, like I said, it's a little bit baffling to me when it is that people want to, try to make these certain types of, arguments and different shit like that. And again, on top of that, you also got sperm banks. You got sperm banks directly out here, which women do use. And you got ratchet women out here that will sit up there and go to sperm banks to sit up there and get donors. But somehow, some way, even if a guy did not deal with the insemination of, the sperm directly into the egg, a guy will still be blamed. Because that's just how the world works. It's crazy. Accountability is a bitch, let me tell you. Brother Sly said, from Kids Bop to Kids Thoughts. Yeah, that is what it is at this moment in time. Like I said, that's why I showcased a lot of these videos previously on IG, and I had fields of women sitting up there getting mad and all this other type of stuff. I was like, yo, why are women sitting up there grinding directly on their sons? Why they sitting up there giving their sons lap dances? Why are you sitting up there busting it open, for somebody's little boy directly out there in the streets dancing in the video? And like I said, I'm trying to show people the signs and the symptoms to a problem that's going to sit up there and get worse. Because like I said, I ain't no doctor, and I'm not about to be trying to look for no cure for cancer. So if shit is just going to be going to like stage 4, it is what the fuck it is. Because again, when guys try to point out the signs and the symptoms to these problems, motherfuckers don't want to listen. But then when it starts getting to critical mass where people are like, oh my God, it's dire need. Well, why aren't the men stepping in? Motherfucker, you didn't want men to step in. You told us to shut the fuck up and stand down, and that you got it. You said that you run the world. You can do all of this. You independent. You ain't going to be listening to men. Y'all can't tell us what to. Like I said, you got it. I keep telling people, you got to sit up there and pick a line and stay in it. You're not about to be sitting up there saying you're Wonder Woman, and at the end of the day, you want to act like motherfucking Lois Lane. Like, we're not doing that. It's either one. It's either motherfucking one. Like I said, like, dudes do not have time for this motherfucking foolishness. And it's straight foolishness. Like I said, we already got enough shit out here in society where there's double standards. We're not trying to go push that to a further extent. We are not. We are not at all. So this is why you got a lot of dudes just like stepping back from a lot of situations. Don't nobody got time. Because men have been blamed. Men with kids and men without kids have been blamed enough for all of this shit going on with kids. Dudes are tired. Dudes are very tired. So again, this is why we let social media speak. Whenever you start seeing these women grinding on their kids, letting their kids sit up there and twerk, whenever you start seeing these women acting ratchet in restaurants, twerking on police cars, in establishments, on top of diner tables, dinner, you can't sit up there and get mad at dudes for showcasing this. You cannot. Like I told people before, like, yo, this shit is going to get worse for women because it's going to reflect worse on the women at the end of the day. Not on the guys. It's going to reflect worse on the women. And then not only that, you got the little girls taking this in, because what did the young woman, let me go back to her video right here. This young woman sat up there and told you, what do the female parents do? They be throwing their phones and their tablets at the kids. When they don't want to be parents, which is a lot of the time, they sit up there and hand their kids these phones and these tablets and let them go on YouTube. They let them go on IG. They let them go on TikTok. And like I told people before, a lot of these computers, these supercomputers that everybody basically has, it's a gateway. This shit is beyond the information highway. You are literally giving your kids the keys to a nuclear facility, and they don't know the instructions on how to operate this shit. They just know, okay, insert key and press the green button. That's all they know. And that's what every kid does. So now your kids are online. Now they're on TikTok or on Omegle, and they're sitting up there like twerking, and you know damn well that there's grown men and shit directly from all over the world on this shit. But now your 13 or 12-year-old daughter out here sitting up there twerking, busting it wide open for grown men. But you want to turn around and try to blame the father for it. The father don't got a goddamn thing to do with that. If you were actually a mother and actually being there for your daughter, she wouldn't be sitting up there acting whorish. Like I said, this shit is like, it's baffling to me, man. Like I said, you got whole mentality getting passed down to little girls. And at the end of the day, the men are getting blamed for it. Like, what? How does that work? How? At no point in time in my life did I ever sit up there and tell somebody's daughter, yeah, it's okay to be a hoe. It's okay. Go whore yourself out. Just go out there and just bust it wide open in the streets. I never said that. But the things that I did understand and hear are from women directly out there that advocated and said that, yeah, a girl can, have, as many options, if not more than a guy. She can go out here and play the exact same things that a guy can sit up there. Like I said, men and women are sitting up there different, but people don't want to think that it is what it is. People think that everything is completely equal and consistent when it's not, because I can't carry a child for 9 months, correct? But women can. Again, everything ain't equal. But yet everybody want to try to make shit equal, but know that it can never be. It's nonsensical. But then when everything falls apart, again, somebody has to be the villain, right? Women don't want to be the villain. Women ain't trying to sit up there and take the blame for how it is that their daughters end up. So inevitably, it's going to be the father. It's going to be the guy. It don't matter if the dude is dead. He's still getting blamed for it. Dude been dead for 23 years. If he was here, his daughter wouldn't have been like this. What? Shit is crazy. It is completely crazy. Like I said, go out here if y'all don't believe any of the shit that I'm saying. Go listen to a lot of these female podcasts. Go listen to these women on YouTube and TikTok. Like I said, that loud minority is very loud, and they got hundreds of thousands of female subscribers that are literally, yeah, you sit up there and tell them, I respect the message, facts, 100%. They're advocating for a lot of this nonsense. And then when guys point out and call out the foolishness, we're misogynistic. We're sexist. We're always trying to tell women what to sit up there and do. We think that we have ownership over women. We think that y'all are property. We think that we own y'all like slaves. Like, y'all start throwing everything the fuck up out there. It's crazy. And like I said, you wonder why you don't have men out here anymore. Because it's easier being a woman. I'm just gonna sit up there and put it how it is. You got a lot of dudes out here that rather opt to, in a sense, emulate women than actually being a guy. That should sit up there and tell you something. That should sit up there and tell you something at this moment in time. People not paying attention. But again, it should tell you something. You got dudes out here running from actually wanting to be men. Why is that? Why is that? But, it is what it is. Tippy said fathers can't give up on his child. That's not the answer. No, you are correct. But I will sit up there and tell you this. You have fathers out there that are fighting a uphill battle in the court system, trying to gain custody of their kids to no avail, because both the woman and the system is basically against them, on top of the fact that you got a lot of mothers out here that weaponize their children in order to hate their fathers, even though the fathers are consistent. Matter of fact, there's a let me see if I even got that video. I'm not even sure I have the video directly up here. I gotta look for it real quick. Yeah, I don't think I actually got it up here. There was a video up here that I just had where there was a father that was going directly to a wait, let me see if I got it. I'm going to explain it to y'all as I'm sitting up here talking. There was a father that was going directly to his child's birthday party. And I was reading through the comments. Some people basically said the father was there like 3 hours prior before it even like took place. Matter of fact, just found a video. So let me just zoom into that. View tab. And StreamYard right there. So let me swap that right back. Let me just play this right. So this is her basically calling the police. So it basically says the father shows up to a Chuck E. Cheese for his daughter's birthday party, and the mother calls the cops. You also hear her state that she got a restraining order and stuff like that. But we're going to roll through some of the comments, right?
I have a restraining order.
Hey, Kay.
I have a restraining order. You guys aren't supposed to be here.
Where's the baby? Where's the baby?
We're here.
Everybody else outside too.
I have a restraining order of somebody who's here. Can you please come right now?
Where the
Can you
baby
please
at?
come right now? I have a restraining. You have a warrant out for your arrest too. I'm at Chuck E. Cheese. You have a warrant out for your arrest.
Okay,
Don't do
where
this
the
in front of our
baby?
school friends.
Where the baby? Where's the baby at? Where's the baby?
Come on, let's go.
Come on. Come here, baby. Where's the baby? Hey, where's the baby? Hey, we don't want no trouble.
I don't care.
Where the
I don't want to
baby?
talk to you. Don't talk to me.
I just want to
I
get
don't
the
want to
baby.
talk.
Come on,
Don't
man.
matter.
That ain't even
Guys,
necessary.
don't matter. Don't talk to me either. You definitely. And you. You so mad.
Don't
No,
be-
I'm not.
don't-
I'm not be mad at that.
Don't be childish. Come on, this for the baby.
You don't want it.
Kaylee,
You know
this
what I'm
is
gonna
for
do
the
with this?
baby.
I'm gonna trash it. Don't get me mad. Don't get me mad.
Hey, you ain't got no say so.
Excuse
where
me,
the baby
officer.
at?
You have a warrant. My name is Kaylee Jones. He has a warrant. You're mad because this is my birthmark.
Kaylee.
This is my birthmark.
Well,
That's your
talk to
boyfriend.
her.
That's
Let me
not my
talk.
husband.
Kaylee, let me talk to you.
Can you come now, officer? They're harassing me. And I'm scared for my life in the parking lot at my daughter's birthday party.
Nobody's harassing you. Come on now, stop that. Nobody's harassing you. Come on.
My name is Kaylee Jones. I have a
Kaylee.
restraining order on
Kaylee.
Bijan Jones. His name is Bijan Christian Jones.
Kaylee, come on, that ain't even necessary.
That's serious. We just
That ain't necessary.
I don't want you to see her. For the love of your
Okay,
It's
well-
okay. She's great. It's for your daughter.
Well-
He's 31 years old. His birthday.
You blowing up the spot.
He has a warrant already for his arrest. You gotta go.
Kaylee, you blowing up the spot for nothing. You blowing up the spot. This is for your daughter.
They're harassing me.
Let
sir.
her get her stuff and then
Record,
leave.
Shantae, record. Where's the baby?
Come on, Shantae.
Let's get on Shantae.
Shantae, pull off now. Pull off now, baby. Pull off. What are you doing? That ain't so good. Get cracked. Get cracked.
No, 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 no.
Can you please come, officer? Now I'm getting harassed in the parking lot, but people that are here, they're friendly at my
Officer,
daughter's
come on before I
birthday
can talk
party.
to you.
Camera on me. If I got a warrant, she must have lied
This is why
again.
you can't be involved.
If I got a
Okay,
warrant, you must have
come on,
lied again.
officer,
You
before I
read
can
the law
talk
in
to you.
court.
I have a stalker.
Come on, officer, before I can talk to you.
Oh yeah, you forgot? You mad because I turned you down?
Stupid. Yeah, some news. Yeah, don't act stupid. Don't act loose now. Don't act loose.
Hey, don't run now. Everybody on the way.
Oh, that's your bucket?
What you doing? How you gonna leave? Let me get the license plate. Let me get the license plate. How you gonna leave?
Where are you leaving the birthday party?
Oh, you part of the party? Oh, no. Oh, yeah.
Kaylee. Kaylee. For real? Kaylee.
It's like real.
Damn, I didn't know that my mic was actually off. Anyways, so going back to what I was sitting up there stating was that you got this woman that sat up here and stated this. So okay, let me just go back to the comments because my mic was off. Let me just go back. So you got one person that basically said, y'all please go watch the full video on YouTube. The mother is the problem for real, and it's sad for the child. A woman that decided to pull the I believe all women. She said she has a restraining order for a reason. Why y'all so upset on at her? She seems fearful because he is bringing a gift doesn't make him a good dad, right? Basically, like, oh, it's a black man. He's not a good dad. She has a restraining order for a reason. He obviously did something, wrong, right? Another person replied, facts. I don't see how anyone in their right mind thinks that she is wrong. Another person replied, he was there first. Another person after that, who probably watched the full video on YouTube, basically said that this video is only showing part of the video. When the police came, turns out that Buddy, the father, was there first for his other kid's birthday. And the woman that is calling the police on him showed up 3 hours later and called the police, and they made her leave. So think about that. So if he is in the wrong, she said that, oh, he got warrants out for his arrest. She has a restraining. She's stating all of this stuff, putting all of this information directly out there, calling the police, out there in public, acting a full-on fool. But yet she was the one that was made to leave. Sounds and seems very suspicious to me. But yet you'll still have women online sitting up there trying to state that the dude was wrong. Oh, why was he recording? This seems like a setup. This is very suspicious. This is not the way that a real father would act if he was actually there for his kids. It seems like a spectacle. Like he's trying to, like I said, any which way you'll have somebody out here trying to demonize the father. The father was not acting a fool. He wasn't trying to put her information, like they blurred out a certain part of the video because she was literally giving his full-fledged information to the police when she was making that call. She was literally putting everything out there because of how it is that she feels, because of, I guess, how it is that they sat up there and broke up. He's clearly with somebody else. She is clearly by herself. And she's obviously mad. She is obviously angry. And because of that, and because of the way that she feels, she wants to make his life a living hell. And she knows that he actually loves his child. So she wants to make sure that he can never sit up there and show that. She wants to hurt him any way possible. And this goes back to what I stated earlier about even if a father is present, he don't have to sit up there and be with the woman in order to be present. He can be there for the kid. And even when he wants to be there for the kid, you got women like this that want to do shit like this. They want to make a restraining order. They want to call the police. They want to sit up there and start causing a public disturbance for no reason. The father was already there for another kid's birthday 3 hours before she was even there. And then she decided that this is what she wanted to sit up there and do. Walking around the parking lot on the phone, just sitting up there making a whole spectacle, just trying to draw attention to herself. Like, this is completely crazy. This is completely 100% crazy. But you know what people are going to say at the end of the day? Like, well, you decide to have kids with her. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. Like I said, it's a no-win situation directly out here. It is, yo, Lamiko, what is up? What is going on? What is going on? Gail says she's trying to get him shot. Yeah, that's why she said that. She pulled the same shit that white women be sitting up there saying whenever they see black. Oh my God, officer, I'm in fear for my life. This tall Negro who's like Hercules and he's towering over me. I'm such a frail white woman. Oh my God, I need you to come help me. Send 9 officers and shoot them up. That's what they normally try to do. We all sat up there and seen this on videos. We seen white women do this countless times. You had the dude that was watching birds up there in New York. White woman sat up there and called the police directly on him. And she was literally, luckily he filmed that shit. This woman had a whole spectacle. She was on the ground, breaking down, grabbing her dog. She was sitting up here crying, hypervent. Like I said, the type of lies that you got women out here that are willing to tell in order to get a man killed. Because that's all it is. That is all it is. Like I said, this is 100% crazy. Timmy said a tall, strong man like Hercules. Something. That's why I can't be serious with y'all. This is why I can't be serious. Lamiko said, "What up, though, Seji? What up, though? What's happening?" Said, and what's up, B1 family? I guess the black community is looking so bright. I got to wear my shades sarcastically, of course. Yeah, it's looking real bright today. Looking real bright. Timmy said, "Oh wait, I've seen this video before. I don't understand why women dealing with custody battles don't want the father to help at all. It's sad. I wish everyone could live happily married with no problems." I mean, you know, like I said, it is what it is. Some people come to disagreements. People have bad breakups, what have you. But that doesn't mean as a woman that you have the right to use the child like as a weapon and to decide that you want to keep the child away from the father. This is why I sat up there and showed y'all the other video of a black dude. He was going to court and the dude obviously moved on. He was in a full-fledged relationship. The woman, you know, had kids or whatever. And the woman took him to court to try to up the child support. She was like, "Oh, you thought you was gonna be, you know, seeing the kids, you know, like you do all the time." And no, she was literally telling you that he sees the kids weekly. And she was like, I took you to court, and now you got to see the kids on weekends only, and I got extra money directly from you. And she was out here just flaunting this shit. And this is why I sat up there and said, like, this system is not built for it to be equal. It's not built for fathers that want to be fathers to actually prevail, because you got a lot of motherfucking fathers out there that are like, yo, I don't even see the effort in it. What's the use of me sitting up there fighting when I'm going to lose at the end of the day? When me fighting is going to sit up there and make it worse. When people are going to look at me fighting and they're going to demonize it. And some like I said, people want dudes to keep fighting like a losing battle for what? There is nothing for the dude to sit up there and gain. He's not going to get the rights to the kids. He's not going to be able to sit up there and see the kids. He's going to be getting robbed of money every single month or week, however it basically works in the States. And then he still got to sit up there and deal with her trying to make his life a living. Like, it's a no-win situation. So dudes are like, whatever, I'll just pay the child support and I'm just moving like out of state. I'm just away from this whole situation. I'm not doing it. Because the saddest part is to sit up there and try to be around a kid that's been indoctrinated and that's been taught to basically hate you as the father. That's been force-fed lies by the mother in order to basically see you as the villain. No dude, like, yo, that's it's a lot of wear and tear. Like, dudes don't really have like the mental fortitude like that to be trying to like battle that shit out for like 18 plus years. Like, no. Like, don't nobody got time to be trying to sit up there and deal with that. You got to try to fight battles on a multitude of, like, nah. And then you got to try to sit up there and keep a roof over your head at the end of the day while she's able to keep going back to the family to the court, getting more money from you, putting you in a poorhouse. Nah. Like I said, there was a video, I don't even have that one captured, but it was like an Arab woman, and she was sitting up there stating that she doesn't work or anything like that. And the house that she got, which is a big house, you know, she has to, you know, pay for the upkeep and everything like that. The interviewer basically asked her, he was like, "So how are you paying for the house?" She was like, I do it with the child support. He was like, "Well, how much is the child support?" She was like, 25 grand a month. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. I'm like, for what? And then she up there talking about she's about to sell the house. Bitch, what? Like hold the fuck up. First of all, you're in a house that you can't even afford, but yet you got awarded that motherfucking house. Then on top of that, you're getting $25K in child support for an able-bodied kid that has no health problems. Like the little girl, the daughter, she was like a teenager. She was sitting right there. I'm like, so how is that going to work out? Because she looks pretty close to being like 18. Like that shit is about to get cut off. No more 25K checks directly for you. So how are you going to be making that money? So where is it going to be coming from? How are you going to facilitate a life directly for yourself? Like I said before, a lot of this shit, like, yo, this shit is clear-cut motherfucking robbery. If you, like I said, I went over the numbers before, how much these states, the government basically makes from like the child support and shit. And then how much the women basically get. Like I said, women don't even realize that they sitting up there getting robbed. They're doing all of this shit and whatnot or whatever, but they're not even getting the lion's share of the motherfucking money. And the money be getting delayed and held up and all this other type of shit. And the dude will make consistent payments. Like I said, it's crazy. It's, you know, it's 100% crazy out here, man. Crazy. But I ended on that. We've been going for about like almost 5 hours. I'm about to go get myself like something to eat. Like I said before, I love you guys a lot. Appreciate you guys. You know, hope everybody is well and happy. And, you know, the exact same thing. Sentiments are extended to your family and friends as well. Hope that you guys, you know, make it in the same way that you know, left home. And, you know, again, thank you guys for, you know, a lot of love and support that you know, happen to give me throughout the time that I've been, doing YouTube and things of that nature. And again, if you would like to, you can, subscribe directly over to the third channel so we can get that up and running and, get that moving the way that we have the previous channels, moving as well. And like I said, I appreciate you guys a lot. And as always, I will, try to bring more videos, more live streams like this. It technically went a little bit longer because I was more long-winded. So, I'll try to bring you guys, more live streams like this, going over, different videos, different topics, and, things of that nature, since, people tend to enjoy it. Go out there, take care of yourselves, go have fun, focus on your feng shui, go play some games, order some food, and, relax and get prepared for that good old Thanksgiving and that good family cooked food and being able to spend time, with your family that you might not see in a minute. So much love, respect, and appreciation. And I will see you guys on the next live stream.